Parliament is resumed. Please be seated. The Honourable Deputy Premier and Minister of Ports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we went to the break, I was coming to the closing of my contribution on this very important bill that has to do with the referendum and giving the people their choice. And just to refresh members' minds, I was just speaking about the seriousness of making a decision and person's viewpoint about there's not enough time to make such a complicated call. But yet still, Mr. Speaker, we are expected to select 19 representatives within a few short weeks with limited information on who they stand for, who they stand with, or what they're going to do if they were elected. But the good people of the Cayman Islands can't decide topics that they've been talking about for decades. Mr. Speaker, it makes no sense. But I want to move on because it doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. I wish that it did. Because another objection that I've heard for not supporting this bill is the excuse that some members only supported the referendum because of collective responsibility. Not because they believe in democracy, Mr. Speaker. Not because they wanted their constituents to have a say in the decisions that affect their lives. No, Mr. Speaker. They claim that they were forced to support it because of collective responsibility. And Mr. Speaker, I find that deeply troubling. Because if members only backed the referendum because they were obligated to toe the line, so to speak, it raises some serious questions. Like how many other decisions that they had secretly opposed but publicly supported? How many other times did they spoke out of both sides of their mouth? If they were forced to support a democratic process.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honourable Member?
Point of order is that that is inaccurate. No one has ever said that they were forced.
Sorry, I didn't.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, that is inaccurate. No one has ever said that they were forced. No one's ever said that. They were forced because of public collective responsibility. Never said. That's inaccurate.
Honourable Member, there's no way I can rule on that because I don't know what was said or wasn't said. It's a disagreement between the Honourable Minister who's speaking and yourself. I can't rule on the accuracy of what he's saying or not because I have no way of knowing. But you've made your point and your objection, and I note it, but there's nothing for me to rule on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the old saying goes, when you throw rocks in a pen, the one that squeals, you know who it hit. Mr. Speaker, how many other times have they spoken out of both sides of their mouth? If they were forced to be supporting the democratic process, what else have they been reluctantly supporting while hiding behind their true feelings?
Mr. Speaker, point of order. This is now imputing improper motives. But by process,
Honourable
he's talking about former members.
Minister, please. As my good friend and former member of this House, Ard McLean, used to say, there is no steeple on this building. This is the house of politics. And especially in this season, I fully expect to hear political speak. I think that's what the general public will interpret. I don't see a point of order being raised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to add to that, Mr. Speaker, How can the people trust representatives who flip-flop so easily and quit on the job and expect it to run this country tomorrow? Mr. Speaker, I'll move on. Only so much politics you can do about a very important topic. Mr. Speaker, I can go on, picking holes in their flawed arguments and flimsy excuses from some members that have been given for not supporting this bill. But I think the point has been made. Mr. Speaker, today we are standing at a pivotal moment in our nation's history. One that will define not just the socioeconomic trajectory, but our commitment to democracy itself. The question before every member in this House is a simple one. Do you trust your Caymanian people that you serve enough to give them a say on matters that affect their livelihoods and their futures? Yes or no? Simple. Because whether we are talking about the future of cruise tourism, the creation of a national lottery, or the changes to the cannabis laws, we cannot forget that while we are leaders of this country, we are also servants of the people. And we have to be entrusted with that responsibility and to ensure that their lives and their voices are heard, respected, and valued. As representatives elected to serve, we must make countless decisions on behalf of our constituents every single day. That is the duty we have each sworn to uphold. But there are moments, Mr. Speaker, critical ones, defining moments, when we have to pause and recognize the issues before us are too profound and too consequential to be decided by individuals in this parliament alone. And Mr. Speaker, I dare say that these three topics is one of those moments. And it is why the provision in the referendum exists in our Constitution in the first place. This referendum bill is perhaps the most important piece of legislation that we have faced in this Honorable House during this term. The questions are not trivial. There are issues that will have lasting consequences for generations to come. Some among us have expressed skepticism and are concerned about cost, about precedent, about the implications of the outcome, whether the vote for it or against it. I get it, Mr. Speaker. I acknowledge and I respect those concerns. But let us also be mindful that the public participation is a foundation of democracy. I recall, Mr. Speaker, when we were fighting for the new Constitution, and the term participatory democracy was the highlight of the day. But yet still we have members here who are fighting the people from being a part of it. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about the government. It's not about the opposition, or indeed any particular individual at all. It's about the fundamental principles of governance, which is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Because we have to remember that Caymanians are not passive observers in this national important issues. They're not just watching us by. They are the recipients of the consequences that we choose, which is why they deserve more than just representation. They deserve direct participation in the decision. Mr. Speaker, allowing our people to have a voice in decisions that affect them will not weaken our democracy, it will strengthen it. Strengthen our democracy. That's why we were elected. Mr. Speaker, since bringing the 3 referendum questions into the public domain, I've listened to different points of view from people all across our islands. Some say that the topics are too controversial. Others feel that the Parliament was elected to govern. And therefore, we must make the hard decisions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I agree that we have been elected to govern. But we've also been elected to lead. And leadership is about knowing when to take a decisive action and when to listen. And this is the time for us to listen to our people. Matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we have been doing enough of that. If we deny the Caymanians the opportunity, we'll be sending a dangerous message that their voices matter only when you want to get elected, and that their opinions are secondary to the political convenience, and that we fear the power of their collective wisdom that they will guide us on. Mr. Speaker, that's not a message we want to send. And in that vein, I reject those notions, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that the voters in this country are intelligent, they are engaged, and they're deeply vested in the policies and decisions that affect their lives every day, their livelihoods, and their ability to succeed and prosper in the country that we have built. They deserve more than us just deciding and making decisions in isolation in the government building. Some days I'm embarrassed. They say, oh, you're up in your glass house up in there and not paying attention to us. This is us paying attention to them and giving them the opportunity to take part. They deserve respect. And respect means trusting them to decide their own future on matters that directly affect their lives. Denying our people their right to participate in a referendum on such critical matters would be a travesty and an injustice, because this is not just a political decision, it is a moral one. The reality is, avoiding this referendum will not make the issue disappear. It would only deepen the sense of exclusion and mistrust that so many already feel about the decisions that impact them directly. If we don't have this referendum, the cruise situation is still going to be there. People are still going to be buying numbers, and people are still going to be getting their lives ruined because of personal use of marijuana. But if we allow the democratic process to happen, maybe we may get some clear answers. Mr. Speaker, I want to say one more time, this bill isn't about being for or against these issues, because we are not here to vote on the referendum questions. We are here to vote on this bill to allow Caymanians to participate in the democratic process and have their voices heard. That's what this bill and that's what this vote is about today. How members may feel personally about the questions is irrelevant at this point, because that's not what we're here for. We are here to decide whether we will give our people a chance to speak up for themselves or whether they will be deprived of that right. Mr. Speaker, this is our chance to demonstrate that we trust our people as much as they have trusted us. To prove that democracy is not just a word that is used when convenient, but a principle that we uphold even when it challenges us. I know it's not easy, but that's what leaders do. And I am therefore urging every member of this honorable House to rise above partisanship and put our differences aside, to recognize that this referendum is not about whether the government wins or the opposition loses. It's about simply ensuring that the people of this country win. It's about ensuring that their voices are heard and that their future is shaped not only by those in power, but by those who we live with and who will live with the consequences. So I ask you, in the spirit of true democracy, to support this referendum bill. Let us agree to pass it not as a mere commitment to parliamentary proceedings, but to transparency and accountability. Caymanians deserve the chance to tell us what they want to shape their destiny and the future of their economy and their lives. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up my debate, I want to take a moment to acknowledge an uncomfortable truth, but an important reality. This government, as we all know, is a minority government and is only able to continue conducting the critical business of Parliament with the support of the official opposition. In such circumstances, it would have been easy, perhaps even expected, for the opposition to seize the opportunity to play politics and assert its numerical advantage, or to force the country into early elections. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed a commendable display of restraint and political maturity. And I wish to publicly commend the Leader of Opposition for his statesmanship in demonstrating that the country's best interests are more important than gaining personal or partisan advantage. Not only to him, but him and his government members, his opposition members. His willingness to prioritize stability over short-term gains speaks volumes about the commitment to this country and our people. And now, Mr. Speaker, you may have noticed that I officially said the official opposition, and I intended that. Because I can promise the people who are in the sound of my voice, the other ones who quit had no intentions about the integrity of Parliament and stability of this country. It's after that they realized the damage that they would have done with an early election and not allowing the many people who wanted to get registered to vote, which is close to 2,000 people, would not have had their chance. That's when they catch on and say, oh, I will support the government. It was the official opposition who was mature with their politics. And Bontown West.
Minister, I hear you, but it would be good if you get back on track.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, such leadership in political circles are rare, and they deserve recognition. But I will make sure I will make it as clear as day as to the truth of what has transpired over the last 4 months. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, it reassures Caymanians that their elected representatives, regardless of party affiliations, are capable of working together when it matters the most. And for that, I extend my sincere appreciation to the Leader of Opposition and his supporting members of the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, this concludes my contribution, and I look forward to the response. And I urge members to be mindful that voting against this bill is voting against the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Premier, may I invite you to move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the hour of interruption.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 to allow the business of the House to continue beyond the hour of interruption.
The question is that Standing Order 10-2 be suspended in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the hour of interruption. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Accordingly, Standing Order 10-2 is suspended. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the opposition to official opposition to offer remarks in contribution to the motion at hand on the floor at the moment. Bill, sorry, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I sat here and listened to the Honorable Minister deliver his debate with much passion and much zeal. At one point, I thought I was in church. Mr. Speaker, how wonderful that would have sounded back during our term, and we tried to bring cruise berthing facilities. Wow. And then he's on that side now, promoting it, and we're over here. Mr. Speaker, elections are just a few short weeks away. Perhaps we can arrange it that we're all on the same side at that time. We shall see. Mr. Speaker, today we are asked as parliamentarians to vote on whether to allow the public a say on these three issues of national importance. A, whether the islands should develop cruise berthing infrastructure to support the tourism industry. B, whether a national lottery should be legalized in these islands. And C, whether the consumption and possession of small amounts of cannabis should be decriminalized. The latter two issues, Mr. Speaker, have been emotive topics for decades, and calls for a referendum on these matters have persisted for as long as I can remember, certainly even before I became a parliamentarian, just short of 12 years now. And Mr. Speaker, from its earliest days, the packed UPM government committed to holding a referendum on these topics. Each member of PAC, including those now serving in what I shall refer to as the TCCP opposition, promised the public to bring a referendum, and indeed voted in this House to do so back in October. As the then Premier, the member for Newlands, championed the necessity of a referendum on these issues. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, the issue of cruise berthing infrastructure was...
Honourable Leader, the member for Newlands has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order to avoid, and I'm sure it's not deliberate, I just want to be clear in terms of what the member, the Leader of the Opposition is saying, is that the referendum that was proposed back then was not the same referendum, because it was two questions. One was on decriminalization of cannabis, and the other was in relation to a national lottery. So it did not at that time include a question in relation to cruise port, just for clarity.
Honourable Leader, I think that I was about to intervene myself, but you said October?
Sorry.
I don't think...
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, my apologies. And the honourable member from Newlands is absolutely correct. It was on the first two, the referendum on decriminalization of small amounts of marijuana and on the national lottery, that the member, as the head of the government at that time, championed. So I do withdraw that. And it was not in October. That was a subsequent bill which included the third question. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, the issue of cruise berthing infrastructure was seen as a necessity by the public, not a controversy. And that has been over many, many election cycles. It was part of election manifestos or promises going back, Mr. Speaker, as possibly as far as 2000. And in 2019, the country came close to finally having an enhanced cargo and cruise facility, which would have been funded, Mr. Speaker, by the cruise companies, with repayments from a levy on cruise passengers. We know the history of that, including the referendum that the PPM government had agreed to bring to allow the public to have their say on the project, and by extension, Mr. Speaker, as we said then, whether the country could realistically remain in the cruise tourism business in any meaningful way if we did not build cruise berthing facilities. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, the referendum was prevented from proceeding because of legal challenges by the CPR group and ultimately by the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to rehash that history too much, but only to note that in the end, there was no referendum, and thus the public never did have a say on the importance of the cruise sector and whether the cruise and cargo project should proceed. So, Mr. Speaker, the question of cruise berthing infrastructure is again before the Parliament as part of a referendum that includes the two other emotive topics that I mentioned earlier. Last year, everyone here voted to allow such a question to be brought to the referendum. Those of us on the official opposition benches had some concerns and stated that it was up to us. This would not be the ideal way we would bring the referendum. We were also concerned, Mr. Speaker, about the cost and pushed for it to happen during the upcoming elections. Mr. Speaker, happily, the government did concede to pushing the referendum to the same day as the elections. So the cost of the referendum in monetary terms and in people's time, Mr. Speaker, will be substantially less than if conducted as a standalone referendum. But in the end, the entire House voted for it, Mr. Speaker, and no one considered it to be controversial then. Those in the TCCP opposition pushed for it in this House, and no one said it was contentious. But things seem to have changed, Mr. Speaker, and over the time, the country saw one member of the TCCP opposition reluctantly join the opposition benches, and eventually, his other colleagues left the government to join him in the opposition. With that move, Mr. Speaker, their public views on the referendum have also changed. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that when the now minority government was left in a lurch by those who left the government, we, the official opposition, made a statement to the country that said, in part, open parentheses, in the interest of stability, until the next general elections are held, the business of government must continue. We fully recognize that important initiatives must continue for the good of the country. For example, ensuring voter rights are respected. In addition, MP Andre Ebanks and the Premier have advised me that there is important financial services legislation that is still outstanding and which must move forward before Parliament is dissolved. Therefore, we will not hinder the government from bringing important business to the Parliament until the governor determines the time frame for the general elections. However, we will not agree to move forward on any contentious issues. Mr. Speaker, while I did not mention any specific issue that was on my mind, what was on my mind was really the contentious issue of the changes to the National Conservation Act. Along the way, others, including the TCCP opposition, determined that the matters on the referendum bill, especially on cruise berthing infrastructure, was also now contentious or considered controversial. So, Mr. Speaker, as time went on, more attention has been drawn to the referendum bill. However, we, the official opposition, continue to consider the approach we would take. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, some in the public may insist that this referendum is controversial. And, Mr. Speaker, that is certainly their right. As the Deputy Premier said earlier, these three topics are controversial by nature, hence the reason that a referendum is being sought on the subjects. And so we in the opposition have given the issue much thought. We must not merely think of politics, but of what is right, what is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, my team and I gathered again this morning to ensure that we were still all of one mind as to what we would do today regarding this vote. And, Mr. Speaker, we were. We discussed our obligation as parliamentarians who committed through a vote in this honorable parliament on the motion back in October, Mr. Speaker, to finally give the people of these islands a voice on each of these issues. In other words, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the democratic process is followed and to honor the commitment every one of us here made in these sacred halls by our vote. We have agreed to support the referendum bill. The only change since that day last year, Mr. Speaker, when we all supported a referendum on cruise berthing, is that some currently on opposition benches who previously championed the referendum are now against it, Mr. Speaker. Their political allegiance has shifted, and certainly so has their position. We, the PPM, the official opposition, have never operated in this manner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know firsthand that we deliberate and seek consensus. Once we decide on a path, we follow through, Mr. Speaker. We do not blow one way or the other, depending on the political winds. And we never sit on the fence, Mr. Speaker. Decisions are necessary to govern effectively. Dithering, waxing, whining is not helpful in leadership. And in fact, neither is quitting or walking away from our responsibilities to serve our people, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what about the now 1,858 people that registered to vote since the beginning of October last year? Mr. Speaker, I know that not all who registered did so to vote in the referendum. However, I am sure that many did, sir. And Mr. Speaker, not all of those who registered for the same question. Meaning some may have registered, Mr. Speaker, because of the referendum and because of the cruise port question. Some may have registered because of the decriminalization of marijuana question. And some may have registered because of the national lottery question, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, not all of them are for, and not all of them are against any of those three questions. They all registered for their rights to vote following their own strong personal feelings. And so, Mr. Speaker, how can we deny them that opportunity? And so, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition will keep our commitment and vote again today to give the public a say on these three issues: the development of a cruise berthing infrastructure, or developing cruise berthing infrastructure, creating a legal national lottery, and decriminalizing the consumption and possession of small amounts of cannabis. Mr. Speaker, those who wish to vote against it may do so, while those who support it can vote in favor on that referendum day. That is democracy, and Mr. Speaker, that we should not fear. It is not lost on me, however, that for whatever reason, those who sought a referendum in the first instance back in 2019 are now fighting against actually having one, Mr. Speaker. But in any event, this referendum is advisory, but can gauge the public's view on these three important national issues. Mr. Speaker, if it proceeds, and should the referendum be in the affirmative regarding cruise berthing infrastructure, it will be necessary to ensure that the cruise lines have skin in the game by providing financing and with repayments to come from a passenger levy. Mitigating and minimizing environmental damage, Mr. Speaker, must be seriously considered, and proper business cases and public consultation must occur. Mr. Speaker, it would by no means be a blank canvas for the next government. Turning to the issue of national lottery, Mr. Speaker, I believe that before proceeding, The government must do the necessary business cases to determine how best to proceed. How could one be set up successfully? Will it be profitable? We do not support legalizing gambling in all forms, Mr. Speaker, but if the public wants to have a national lottery, then it should be considered. It would also provide a legal opinion for those now, it would also provide, Mr. Speaker, a legal option for those now playing the illegal numbers game throughout our islands. Mr. Speaker, I do warn that it would be naive for us to believe that a national lottery drawn once a month or even weekly will end illegal numbers being played several times a day from other countries. Mr. Speaker, decriminalizing small amounts of marijuana has been publicly supported by former commissioners of police, and Mr. Speaker, perhaps even the current Commissioner of Police. The RCIPS understands, as do we, that too many of our people, particularly young people, consume marijuana for personal use only and do not participate in the supply of the drug. Decriminalizing is not the same as legalizing, Mr. Speaker, as the Deputy Premier has pointed out. However, it will help prevent those caught with small amounts from acquiring a criminal record that impacts them for life. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that a small amount of cannabis will need to be, the small amount of cannabis will need to be established, as will the consequences if caught. Mr. Speaker, the consequences, we believe, should escalate with every occasion the individual is found with a small amount of marijuana, whatever that may be deemed to be. A suitable fine, drug counseling, or community service could all be considered in the list if caught. Mr. Speaker, again, this referendum is advisory, and even if all three are agreed to by the public, there is tremendous amount of work that will be needed before they can be brought into effect. The next government, Mr. Speaker, will only be able to use this referendum as a barometer on the public's views on the three subjects. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the official opposition will uphold the democratic process by backing the referendum bill, thereby allowing the people of these islands a voice on these matters of national importance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it is about time that they do have a voice on these issues. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, true democracy is about the people. It cannot solely involve 19 individuals in a room. What matters are the voices of the 25,000 voters in our cherished islands. The Caymanian people should be granted the right to express their views on these very significant issues. And so, Mr. Speaker, with those brief remarks, we will reserve our views on how and in which way these important matters should be addressed when the time comes. But we do feel strongly that it is time for the people of the Cayman Islands to have their voice on these matters. And they will have that, hopefully, on Election Day come April 30th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and God bless these Cayman Islands.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member from West Bay North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand early. This is not something there's going to be any political posturing, because it's not silly season, Mr. Speaker. It's more like stupid season, in and out. I only knew two people that I heard stand on the platform. Other people may say that I didn't hear it. That campaign on the decriminalization was the minister from Northside and myself. In fact, why it stands out, the late, great Mr. Rupert E. Banks is a constituent of mine, God bless his soul. And the night that I said it on the platform, the next day I went by his house to look for him. I said, Uncle Roops, I know how this business runs. They're going to tell you one thing. I said, last night I campaigned. Last night I talked about the decriminalization of ganja. He said, that's stupidness. Mr. Speaker, in my mind, I said, woo, I kind of expected this. Then I got a lick in my chest. He said, legalize it. He said, from Star Chick time, there's only us in West Bay who know who Star Chick is. And he said, it's been around. And they've been fighting it from then. And they can't stop it. I said, well, Uncle Roops, here's my reasons why I want to decriminalize it. It's more than one fold. And I heard the Minister of Tourism say about the people getting a medical emergency. We had that live and in color with a young Hides in West Bay. When he was 19 years old, they chased him into the sea with a split, and found a piece of spliff floating, and he got something behind his name called a police record. At the age of 56, had a massive heart attack, and we could not fly him out to the United States. It is live, just like what the Minister for Tourism said. Mr. Speaker, the other reason that I campaign on it is because I know the amount of young men who are good young men for a simple spliff can't get no job. But yet we have everybody coming from the beautiful snowy north with all kind of records that have been cleansed for many things. And our Caymanians, as usual, are being sidelined. Like I'm taking one at a time. But how many have done their research? Because the leader of the opposition just said something just now. When this is approved, and I'm sure it will be, we then have to do our homework on the limits and so forth. I went around, I talked to young people. I said, if this happened, people, a lot of us don't like the smoking in public. If we get it decriminalized, will you all just work with us and stay in your yard and smoke? They all, almost to a man and woman, they said, yeah, we got it easy then. Second part that most people don't talk about, Mr. Speaker, is we all are fed up of the shooting and stuff is going on. Do you know where the majority of those guns come in from? A lot of people want to blame customs, but they're not doing the job and pieces getting through. Customs is not perfect. I'm sure one or two pieces might get through, but the majority of those come in the ganja trips. That's why when talking to the people, they said, allow us to grow 4, 5, 6 trees in our backyard. They don't have to get no supply from overseas. Mr. Speaker, we can't stop it. Just like the numbers. But everybody's always afraid to jump on these things. Those are some of my reasons why, Mr. Speaker. It's here. It's not going anywhere. And if you want to make a list of who smoke and who don't smoke, I guarantee you the list of who don't smoke is a lot smaller. Let us move on to the gambling. Mr. Speaker, once again, a leader of opposition said something just now. He's 100% right. He said that we put up a national lottery. Is that going to stop what's happening with the numbers? And that's where serious money is as well. Serious money leaving this country. Because the one Caymanian we had doing it, we pressured that person, their family, so much so that the courts threw out everything, the illegal way to do it, and it's going to cost us money in the long run. Allegedly. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, but yet, the numbers, set a number that they call Jamaican numbers, is growing like wildfire. I can go and see it 10, 12 times all over the place, but the authorities, the powers that be can't see it. It makes people wonder. A Kimanian can't benefit, but other people can. That's typical in this country these days, though. Mr. Speaker, we have to research both, not only a national lottery, but those same numbers that people come out of church and saying, one number play, we want that too. And the Minister for Tourism named off everything about what the money could be used for, except my two. I remember the first SPS we ever did. I knew where that is. In Jolly, our motherland, make me be politically correct. They do the lottery and they do the gambling, and the money goes to education and sports and stuff. I do hope that we, God's willing, when this is approved as well, because this is another one that's going to win, that sports will get their share of it, that we can do what really needs to be done in this country. And last, Mr. Speaker, is the birthing, the thing for the cruise ships. From the beginning, I told the Minister for Tourism, did I not tell you I was supporting it? And Mr. Speaker, the member from West Bay Central also supported it. We discussed it. The member from West Bay South also supported, but said where? And I had the same question, and the other question I had was, seeming I told the minister when we came out of COVID, because a lot of people in this country is talking about this government, but in spite of having inside moles that carry news out, and people who's on our side still paying membership in other people groups, and all kind of stuff, this government started off, we were not about free school lunches. Coming out of COVID, what we did, we only operated really and truly for 18 months to 2 years. But that's the nature of the beast. There's one thing I learned. If you help Jean on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and when you can't help Jean on Thursday, Jean talk bad about you. Mr. Speaker, the member from West Bay South and myself had one or two small discussions on this. And we always said the same thing. Yes, we need a berth. Yes, we want it. But where will it be? And that, I'm sure, the other people will speak to, because it cannot be a selfish thing. It has to be someplace. I am sure if we put it in the right places, the environmental people will work with us. But what I did say to the Minister of Tourism, like when we came out of COVID, we can press the reset button on these cruise ships, because a lot of people don't like when I say this, but they're a bunch of leeches. And we do not have the ability to stick together. You say it's $100 for something, and by the time you get from Georgetown to get back to West Bay or Bordentown, okay, I'll do it to you for $50. And they have taken advantage of us, and the prices that our product is going for, we're doing a lot of pressure on infrastructure for little or nothing. The cruise lines making all the money. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that all three, me personally, is hoping that all three of these things will pass. But like the head of the opposition said, when these are approved, if they are approved, then the work begins as to things like where will we put it? Where will it be the less environmentally impacted? Where will less impact? And is the gambling only a national lottery, or do we go after the real money? And if we're not going to go after the real money, are we going to go after these people that have not been benefiting? Because I can tell the world this, and people know. When I was rebuilding track and field, when I was rebuilding other sporting teams, I could depend on one of those Caymanians who allegedly was in the business that always helped the poor children that came out of West Bay, came out of Logwood, came out of Windsor Park, came out of the swamp, and Central as well. Unlike a lot of people, I was in all these corners working. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not getting up here and playing no games. I don't wait for anybody saying, like I said, there's one thing that I know, is that there's no argument on, even last night, I was accosted by a young lady who works in a really good job. You promised us the decriminalization of marijuana. And I'm going to give credit to the former premier. He said, let us just do it straight. There's no need to go to the referendum. I was one of those that said, no, let's put it to the referendum. Why? I wanted to get young people to register to vote because the young people are so fed up of us. They're every time in caucus and cabinet, if these people can find it amongst themselves to speak the truth. I brought it up all the time. Are we addressing why our young people don't want to come back home? Are we addressing the fact that they come home qualified and they're not given the jobs? Mr. Speaker, this government picked up the bucket or buckets that were kicked down the road for a long time on many issues and tried to address them. And I'm proud to say, the time that I was inside, I know I worked for my people and tried for my people. Did I get help? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But Mr. Speaker, these issues, I, on many occasions, heard one or two people tell us, I tell the Minister for Tourism, go build your port. That's what you're elected for. And he always said, because there's a lot of stuff going to go back and forth. I got called it as I see it on my side because, let me tell you something, no one can ever accuse Bernie Bush of riding in the fence. Everybody always knew where I stood. And he said, no, the people should have their say. So when things go south, they can say the people spoke. Am I right, Mr. Minister? And like I said, we in West Bay, we always knew where the member from West Bay Central or West Bay West stood on this. You don't have to question him. But the other three members of us agreed that we needed a port. We wanted a port. And it was where and how could we work with the environmental people? Simple. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to say thank you, and I do hope that everybody gets a chance to vote their conscience.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no member, the honourable member for Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a short contribution to the Referendum, Cruise, Birthing, Infrastructure, Gambling and Cannabis Bill 2024. We do understand by the submissions and contributions made to this bill thus far that the position that we're put in today is quite peculiar. Understand that this bill and the entire referendum is a government-initiated referendum, clearly stated by the minister who tabled the bill that at the end of the day, the result of the referendum is non-binding. What does that mean to the average person for the cost, for the amount of dialogue that has been ongoing practically from 22 that yes, a referendum was asked for? Where's the dialogue that could have been done? Where's the understanding that this is getting an idea, the measurement, participatory democracy, yes. But then on the other side, based on conversations had with a plethora of persons, some senior citizens, young entrepreneurs, said, but what are doing? We vote for you guys to do on a jobs. Just keep us informed. They ask for you to have quarterly meetings. It's not for us to be doing this to take up all this time. Bearing in mind, as I said, the conversation about a referendum, whether or not the cruise birthing was a topic at that time, was something that was at the beginning of this administration. I will not stand here as the former Minister of Health, Wellness and Home Affairs and said that I stood up against a referendum, that I opposed even engaging in the discussions of a cargo port facility, of a cruise berthing facility, of decriminalization of cannabis, because as the former Minister of Home Affairs, I see the young people who are incarcerated, who are suffering on a daily basis because they have been stigmatized by an error that they have made, a wrong judgment. We see what's happening with tourists because we think that whatever legislation under the Misuse and Drugs Act, how CBC officers perform their duties, the mindset of Americans, Canadians that visit our shores think that if it's legal in our country, I'm going to the Caribbean, and it's legal there. And we, yes, see the disparity in what rulings are made from those tourists versus what rulings are being made for our very own. And yes, it is unfair. But there's a lot of work behind the scenes that needs to be done. And I feel that the litmus test could have been done at a cheaper rate and not at the expense of this country of almost $1 million with a referendum when the people have entrusted us to work for them. This measuring stick could have been done by you having individual constituency meetings, properly engaging with your people, and the timing at which this was done at the cusp of an election was where the problem and the divisiveness came. It wasn't the subject of not having people participate in democracy, Mr. Speaker. It was the unfortunate timing to take away from the elections. The mere fact that it is a non-binding result should beg the people who are casting their vote to pause. Because these are very topical, yet very important questions to be asked. But where's the information in providing the right context, the right background at the expense of a bill when it could have been done and handled differently? 58 days before a next election. And I know it has been addressed by the mover of the bill that it's controversial. Yes, it is. I know for a fact in conversations that I've had with some senior people in Prospect as early as Friday, asked for me to break it down to them, the decriminalization, legalization. They begged me to let it go away. Be our voice. Speak. I had to take that time to explain that it was not legalizing cannabis. I had to take the time for that senior citizen and their daughter to understand what it meant. It was going to be a separate process on the ballot paper that you had to ask, that was asked whether or not you supported the decriminalization of small quantities of marijuana. Guess what the next question was? How do you define small quantities? Who will be the suppliers? As the mover did say, will I be allowed? Will people be allowed to grow small quantities in their backyards? I have been out, and oh, God knows I like to shake a leg. I have been to fetes where the smell of cannabis, all you have to do is inhale, and for me, I get headache. It's not that I've done it. We have to look at this 360. We have to be very careful with what we are spinning and how we're engaging with our constituents. And that is something that could have easily been done if you were honestly and truly connected with your constituents all along. When it comes to the cruise birthing facility, Mr. Speaker, it is no secret what role I play when it came to being an MC, moderator for the campaign. Everyone knows that. History goes back and showed it. I was there. Thank God I was objective. Any one of my colleagues, when I sat along that table, knew where I stood on it. As a matter of fact, let me get it out there, because a colleague from on the other side in his presentation stated the only question was where. It was touted spots. It was touted breakers. It was touted West Bay next to the turtle farm, because history has it that all of the environmental impact assessments and damages were already done, which is why all of the people's money was put into enhancing the turtle farm. So it begs the question, why does it have to be a referendum? Why does it have to be a referendum? At the end of the day, it is not quitters, it's just being factual. It does not have to be a referendum if you were engaging with your people at all times. You can diversify your product. We can diversify what we offer to our country and our visitors. We look strongly, and we know the role that tourism plays in our bottom line. We know the role that financial service play in our bottom line. Do we have the data? Have we even embarked on looking at what medical tourism could bring in? Knowing the foundation that we already have with Health City Cayman Islands and all of the regional and international global connections that they have made, that we can offer so much a more bespoke service while those persons are recovering because of extended family on our shores, because of our safety, our geographical location, our cleanliness, and just who we are as people. Have we looked at sports tourism, understanding what we're doing in sailing, golf? Look at what we're doing in track and field. Look at what we're doing, and we've approved money for a pool. Have we looked at ecotourism, knowing what we offer in our sister islands? Why are we basing tourism on just cruise? Are we looking at other stay-over tourism? When you look at the vulnerability even of our financial services, our CSCI currency is pegged to the US dollar. We're not pegged to commodities. Cryptocurrency is something that is being touted now. Where are we? Everything can change with our stability by the click of a button as we sleep. And millions, if not billions of dollars can be moved in less than a minute. We cannot only stand here and defend cruise and not be balanced when it comes to our environment. It's a balance. Tourism is wide and it's far-reaching, but we have bespoke services as well that does not need mega ships. Whether or not we need to talk about the cruise, we see where our population is growing. We see where, with cargo, what difficulties we're having. These are the conversations that we need to genuinely and honestly have with our constituents, instead of just grandstanding because you have an opportunity to speak and it's 58 days out for an election. Everyone needs to have...
Minister, that's the second time you've said 58 days. It's not 58 days. Yeah. I let it go the first time. I said that's not right, but...
I mean, I'm rushing it. My apologies, and thank you for the correction, Mr. Speaker. But you get the gist of where I'm coming from. I don't want to repeat what we say about controversial issues, where the official opposition stands, where the TCCP opposition stands. Right now, with the narrative that's being used in here, I cannot believe that we're saying we're here for the people. Whether you're for the referendum, against the referendum, for any of the three questions or not, we are here. And this is democracy. I have been credited by even the mover of this motion that he would like to see how I perform in opposition. Am I lying? There we go. I took that as a compliment, Mr. Speaker. Because he knows, along with all those that have sat around the table with me, know that I'm objective. I'm fair. But at the end of the day, yes, Parliament is democracy and is a place where the opposition have their say and the government has their say. But what we need to look at is that this bill came about on the principle and foundation by the loudest voices, and that's who is pro-cruise. But we have a right to listen to all sides. The other questions in the referendum are vital, but to be honest with you, sir, it was a no-brainer to decriminalize small quantities of cannabis, to save those with US visas, issues, going away for medical reasons. It really wasn't needed. And anyone in here would actually agree to that. My colleagues in this House know at the beginning of this conversation about the cruise birthing facility when the referendum came up that they went on radio and said that they would not support a referendum. Now all of a sudden they've changed, but that's okay. That's fine. It doesn't matter what side you are in this House of Parliament. But it's just amazing to see the dynamics. The point is, Mr. Speaker, I feel that the task at hand, in order to even get those questions out, lacked the information, the education to our people, and now we're voting on a referendum that it is not binding. There could be adverse effects if it goes the other way to even those persons who are in the tourism industry, because it is rushed, it is born on anger, it is on a season where we're getting ready for a political campaign, and the true essence of where we are going in modernizing tourism, modernizing our product, modernizing who we are as a people will be overlooked by all of the noise of trying to get re-elected, instead of really and truly digging to the belly of the beast of what our people need. Stop playing politics and look at the essence of what we have before us. All sides of the table can be heard respectfully. You don't have to be throwing AK missiles at each other when you say you are about to ask for the vote of people. How are you going to honestly sit and have decent conversations, even if the referendum is passed? How are we going to deal with rolling out the national lottery? How are you going to define small quantities? Who are going to be the supplier? How is it going to be done? Our policy advisors will be entering a field that they have never, ever entered into. And guess what? It's a 4-year cycle. The official leader of the opposition said so himself. However, he's played his hand and said he got supported. I'm not surprised. Why would they vote against it? Why? But the essence of what I am saying here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, is just pure facts, and it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on today. Bottom line is we need to act, we need to speak, and it has to be continuous with the people first, and they must be fully informed at all time. And this cake is half-baked. I will keep repeating, the referendum result is non-binding, meaning it doesn't matter what the result brings. The next government do not have to follow through. You'd be silly. But what I'm saying, for the cost, for the back and forth, for the bantering, it takes away from the honest cries of those who are making their daily bread from this, that if it goes wrong, they may never get a cruise port. If it goes wrong, the other administration may not pay them any mind. These are the same people that you're going to be knocking on their doors if you're not already knocking on their doors. Say you got support, man. The same NCA amendment, some of the things in that law that was withdrawn are going to surface again, and we all know it. Because based on where the decision that this new port possibly will go, that bill gonna need to surface again. So why we wouldn't speak here, stand here and speak the truth of their contributions? It needs to come together. But at the end of the day, we cannot say one thing now and do something else at the end of the day. I will stand with the rest of my colleagues. And like I said here, and for all of those who paid attention, even when I sat at the big table, they knew where I stood on the topic. My major concern was the timing was horrible, because it took us 4 years to try and get a referendum off that we were asking for from pretty much 2022. And here we are in the middle of a political campaign, and there may be some serious consequences if the people don't get it right, because it's born on the seed of anger and discord. I will rest my case here and see the outcome of this. But I hope that the 3 sections of this parliament right now, as the official opposition, the unofficial opposition, the government, that goes away. And honestly and truly, Mr. Speaker, I really hope we vote and have the ability to vote for what is the truth and what will yield the best interest for everyone in the Cayman Islands. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member for West Bay Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the referendum cruise berthing infrastructure, gambling and cannabis bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 topics. The matters of national importance are as follows: whether the Cayman Islands should develop cruise berthing infrastructure to support the tourism industry, whether a national lottery should be legalized in the islands, and whether the consumption and possession of small amounts of cannabis be decriminalized. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by addressing that I represent hundreds of citizens from West Bay Central that rely on the cruise industry. Whether it's tour operators, water sports operators, or even vendors that we see out at the port. I set that out, Mr. Speaker, to make it very clear that undoubtedly I understand the amount of livelihoods that are impacted by cruise tourism. Mr. Speaker, with that being said, I would like to state here today that I support this industry, and I'm in agreement that we need to enhance our cruise infrastructure in order to ensure that this industry does not continue to have negative impacts due to the changing dynamics we are facing because of the lack of a berthing facility. Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, I attended a public awareness meeting in West Bay. This meeting was hosted by a group that is in support of cruise. Mr. Speaker, in the district with those that are most impacted by this industry, and the hall wasn't full. A district that relies heavily on tourism, and the hall wasn't full. What that tells me, Mr. Speaker, is that what we are going to have is a major issue with people not being properly informed before election day. Now, you just mentioned how many days we have before the election. I think you said it was 86. That's not a lot. And we are debating a government referendum. That is not what was previously put forward a few years back, the people-initiated referendum. And one of my big concerns is the fact that we have not had a public campaign run by the government as yet. Government is not sharing any information on a potential location or any details on what the people would be voting a yes or a no for. So, Mr. Speaker, this leads to the potential consequences of a referendum result that is not in favor of the berthing facility. Mr. Speaker, it was raised to me, and I know that Ms. Turner just touched on it a little bit. It was raised at the public meeting in West Bay that this referendum is non-binding, which means that regardless of the outcome, it would be ultimately up to the next administration to decide on the issue. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to stress that what this referendum will do is pose potentially far-reaching impacts on the livelihoods of many Caymanians. So this is where I become concerned, is what happens if you end up with a no vote, and then you have to sit in another administration to find consensus on whether or not there is political will to go against a decision made by a referendum. Of course, I support the pair. I just said that. I don't support your referendum because you don't have enough time to get the education out to the people. And you touched on that earlier, saying that it would be something that we would lean back on. And your reasoning is because you didn't want to spend government money on an education campaign until after the bill was passed. Fair point and very responsible, but it still poses an issue because it's not only the cruise operators that are going to the polls to vote, it's going to be the people that are against it. And just with that, Mr. Speaker, that's the issue that I have. The issue that I have is the high chance of this failing. And while we have ministers, the Minister of Tourism standing up here, crying out that the West Bay MPs don't care about their people, let me tell you, the people of West Bay know that we care about them in this industry. So the sweet talk that you are over there saying, Mr. Minister of Tourism.
Honourable member, please direct your speech to me, to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Talk about him all you want, but direct
Talk
it at
about
me.
him through you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, at least I don't have to talk about him behind his back. It's right here. And Mr. Speaker, forgot where I was. Sweet talk. Sweet talk wasn't in the computer, but it don't work in West Bay. It don't work in West Bay, Mr. Speaker. Those days of sweet talk gone. We're now dealing with educated people, educated voters that are right now watching us, listening to what we're saying, and looking at the fact that we are trying to roll out a referendum just a matter of weeks before an election, and there's no clear position on how this yes note will impact the country or how the no vote will impact the country, which means we are going to be asking people to make decisions that might potentially not be informed. Because we all know every public consultation that this country has rolled out, from the Boundary Commission to some of the other ones that we've had about housing, we haven't reached the stage where people are coming out of their homes to be properly informed, and we don't have a lot of time. I hear him singing up in here, Mr. Speaker. You got him preaching and singing. So, Mr. Speaker, I heard earlier a member mentioned COVID, which we often forget about. It's sort of like Hurricane Ivan, something that you don't want to remember. But it pops up every now and again. And there's no doubt that when we took office, COVID took up a lot of our time. I wasn't a minister, but I got to see firsthand what ministers had to navigate through during the first year of our term as ministers and members of caucus and cabinet. But after we navigated through that, Mr. Speaker, we still had a good 2.5 years. I don't want to say 3 because that might be a little bit too generous. But we had enough time that we could really start looking at what we needed to do with crews. And I recall shortly before this discussion came up about a referendum, the minister certainly gave every one of us members enough information to understand the rapid decline that was being seen in the cruise industry and his concerns on the fact that we needed to find a solution. And I'm almost certain that it was unanimously agreed that we wanted to address that problem, that we wanted to look at what the solution would be. And the minister was to go and start pulling back out, not reinventing the wheel, pulling back out the business case, looking at where it would be that would be a good location. And that's all I heard of it until I started having discussions with my colleagues about a referendum. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to stand here and speak for hours because I'm not one of those members that likes to hear my own voice. I come to say what I have to say, and then I'm going to sit down. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, the leader of the official opposition made mention of our changed positions since taking office as members on the opposition, of the opposition, which the leader and all of us in here know that when you sit on the government side and the government takes a position, it's not as easy as just abstaining or voting no. But what I want to do is I want to draw reference, Mr. Speaker, if I have your permission. I have in my hands the official Hansard from 7th of October 2024.
I have a copy, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You have it. Give him mine. Funny enough, we have the same page marked, Mr. Speaker. It's page 25. I actually have it marked where I plan to speak from.
It starts, Mr. Speaker, I believe.
Yes, so right around there is where I'd like to just touch on a few minutes.
Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, as a member sitting on the government side, as a representative for West Bay, when the minister tabled his motion on the referendum bill, the public might recall and members might recall that I didn't contribute to that debate. And what caused me to refrain in my seat was when the leader of the official opposition started to speak. He made reference that he said, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, I believe that referendums can be a valuable democratic tool. However, they're only effective when the people are presented with clear, developed alternatives to choose from." And he went on, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not going to stand here and read back over the leader's speech, but I will say that by the time he had finished his presentation, I knew I couldn't stand up and make a presentation because exactly what he was saying was how I felt. And he goes on further to say, Mr. Speaker, that, Mr. Speaker, before the people, I quote, sorry, I'm going to quote again from the Hansards. Quote, "Mr. Speaker, before the people can make a judgment on whether to support cruise berthing infrastructure, they need answers to a few fundamental questions, including but not limited to, where would the infrastructure be built? Will it be built in Georgetown Harbor, as previous discussions have indicated, or has the government identified a new potential site? What will be the environmental impact of the government's proposed solution? What will be the projected cost of the berthing project?" Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go on any further with reiterating the Honourable Leader of the Opposition speech. It's just to raise a point that these concerns still remain and makes it very difficult for the people who rely on this industry to have a successful result at the end of referendum day when we have not yet heard anything about what this will look like if this vote is a yes. Mr. Speaker, comprehensive information to educate the public, that is my concern, the lack thereof. And it shouldn't be left just to the people who are advocating for a port or for the people that are advocating to conserve and protect the environment. This needs to be information that is coming from the government. Mr. Speaker, the minister alluded to denying the people the right to make these decisions. And the minister was agreement with myself and all the members to put forward a business case. Instead, we are here debating a referendum bill with no idea whatsoever on where the government wants to put this berthing facility. And we expect the people who didn't support it before, who rallied the streets and got 5,000 registered voters to put forward a referendum, a petition for a referendum, we expect them now to show up on election day and support it. I'm concerned for the people that I represent, Mr. Speaker, because we have a fight to ensure that what is going to be put forward in this referendum is going to be something that is going to benefit the people of the country. Makes no sense to utilize a referendum if you're only rolling out information at such a late stage. And just to touch, because I know you talk about depriving the people of their right to vote and their right to have a say. When the people of this country rallied together and put forward a petition for a referendum, a people-initiated referendum, they did that on the basis of their feelings from the public campaigns that the government was holding at that time. The difference is the government not rolling that out yet. We don't have a public campaign, but we're asking people to go and vote. That is the concern that I have. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to stand here and talk about how much I care about the people of West Bay Central and how much I care about the fact that we need to protect our industries. That's a given. That's why we're here. I'm not going to use this platform to try to elevate myself because we're just a few shy weeks away from an election. And that's why, as leaders, sometimes we have to make decisions, like I said before, in this honorable house, might not be politically seen at the time as a good political decision, but it is what is in the best interest of the people. I represent people that are going to need to understand in detail why I take the position I take on this bill. But at the end of the day, my position is because I am looking out for them. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Premier spoke earlier this morning about the fact that this administration has done so much with legislative updates with financial services. And he's correct. And that was my baptism by fire as a newly elected member of Parliament, to have to accompany the Minister of Financial Services in some very, to put it nicely, nasty meetings where people were not being very friendly to the Cayman Islands. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we're already in the financial services industry. So the changes that are needed, or that were needed, even though some of them would not have necessarily been received positively by the public right away, required consultation with stakeholders, and not just one or two meetings. It was a constant back and forth. And it's similar as we talk about tourism. We're in the business of cruise. So without a doubt, we have to find a way to make it work for our people. But it has to be a balanced approach, one that does not completely damage our environment. That was the issue before. People were making decisions and feeling that they didn't have adequate information on the environmental impacts. What we need is a proper solution, Mr. Speaker. Rather than a referendum question that asks, should the Cayman Islands develop a birthing infrastructure? I keep hearing singing, Mr. Speaker. I think you're going to soon have to take a recess so we can have a little church service. Some prayer. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to belabor the cruise birthing portion of the referendum bill much further. I'll just touch, because I know, again, I represent a constituency in West Bay, and it's no secret that plenty people in my district like to smoke. And most of them smoke for recreational purposes. And so again, it's critical on what I say here today. Mr. Speaker, I ran expungement clinics in my constituency office since being elected, and I get to see firsthand how many Caymanians have been convicted for being in possession of small portions of marijuana. The minister made mention earlier in his debate that he also was concerned or wanted to make sure, and maybe you can clarify what you meant, but what I heard was you were concerned that you want to make sure that people can't go everywhere and smoke it, right? So again, I'm talking through you.
Minister, through me.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker. The people that are voting in this referendum are not only the no weed, no vote voters. We also have other people that are showing up at the polls to vote. And again, what do we have to say to those individuals, to the church-going people, to the people that don't want to hear or see anybody in their streets? You go to New York City, you go around the US, everywhere you walk, you smell marijuana. People are walking into the polls automatically thinking that that is what it's going to look like. And again, we have just a few short weeks to get this information to the people. As a member, that's not something that has been thoroughly discussed with us. How is that going to work? What are we going to do? What are we going to allow the residents of the country to be considered as personal consumption or personal use? So I'm not saying that I don't support it. What I'm saying is, again, how are you going to get this information out at such a short period of time in order to ensure that the people that you're concerned, and we're all concerned with ensuring they have access to job employment, access to travel, which oftentimes looks like medical attention. We see it all the time. Again, I think I might have said it earlier, but I have constituents. I have a lady right now who cannot leave this island to have a major medical procedure done because of a criminal conviction, which was what? Possession of some drugs, marijuana. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to get the information out to the people. And doing it right now before the election concerns me. Every member sitting in this parliament today has one agenda, and that's getting re-elected. So are we really being fair by saying that you're rolling out a referendum bill without the public education campaign, while members are now going to be rolling out their election boots? So, Speaker, I know there are many people in this country like myself that don't like the long-winded speeches. Tired of hearing myself talk now, so I'm going to sit down in a minute. But not running a campaign until now poses a big problem. We don't need a referendum to tell us that we need to look after our cruise industry. I want to say to the people of West Bay and to the Cayman Islands who are in the cruise industry, thank you. I'll get to that because I did see so many things on this. The minister was reminding me about the gambling, which I'll just get to that in a minute, Mr. Speaker. But I just want to say to the members of the public that are in cruise, don't misunderstand my debate today. My debate today says that I'm concerned that this referendum is not the answer. It's an artificial answer It's an artificial solution. It sounds good. Oh, if we pass this referendum, then we can roll out cruise. But we're not talking about what happens if the referendum doesn't pass. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just say this on this floor of Parliament today, that anyone in the industry will need to do the same thing that we're about to do and put on their walking boots, because members in the cruise industry have to now go and convince those individuals who are against it to go out and support it with no information at this stage. And Mr. Speaker, as it relates to gambling, again, not enough information for me to stand up here and make a grandstand presentation on why I think we should support it or why I think we shouldn't support it. My position remains the same. It's late for us to be rolling out a public campaign just a few weeks shy before election. We haven't heard from the police on how they're going to deal with the decriminalization of marijuana. We haven't heard how we're going to see this national lottery rolled out. So the minister has a big job on his hands to get this information out to the people and to convince them all to support it. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to touch on what the Leader of the Opposition said. What I took from him was that we changed our positions while we were sitting on the government side and came over on the opposition because of a political alignment. We've changed our positions. The benefit of not being on the government side is that we're able to really speak to the concerns that we had relating to the timing of having a referendum so close to an election. The referendum should have been done a long time ago if we were going to do a referendum. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to the public, through you, that this cruise, birthing, infrastructure, gambling, and cannabis bill 2024, which, if passed, will provide an opportunity for members of the public to go out and cast their vote. And I know that it is certainly being used to attract, as the minister, one of the ministers said, our members said earlier, to attract voters, because we often see that we have low voter turnout on election days. And so I just want to say to them that having this bill, passing this bill, and having a referendum still does not mean that we are addressing the problem. And on that basis, Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this bill because we are not being fair to those in the industry as it relates to cruise. We're not being fair by giving not them, but those in opposition to them of time to get this information for them to support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Minister for Labour, Border Control.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to give a short contribution or thought-provoking stuff. The debate may not cut. I as I understand it, Mr. Speaker, having a referendum at the time of the general election does not cost any additional, unless I have it wrong. But I think that's the reason, and that's what members voted for in caucus. So it didn't cost additional, is to have it at the general election. So it's not going to cost an extra $1 million. In fact, it's just the same cost of the general election. And I stand to be corrected, but I think I'm correct. Mr. Speaker, my concern, Mr. Speaker, is what's coming down the road in terms of most of these self-owned Caymanian businesses. That's what cruise tourism is. The job losses and the time it takes before a ship schedule can be rerouted to Cayman again. It takes, in the information that had been given in the past, unless I'm corrected, about 5 years or less. This means 5 years at $5.5 million per month out of the government's coffers. And where am I going with this $5.5 million? I want to remind the public and also the members of this House, Mr. Speaker, that during the pandemic, when the members of the cruise tourism industry, like many other sectors, are out of a job, I have the numbers as what it will cost to fund them. And that's the direction we're going in, and we're going down. That's the direction. I want to warn people that the direction that we're going in is we're going to cause a $5.5 million per month bill, $65 million per year it costs. $65 million per year it cost just to fund persons in the cruise tourism industry. That is a big number, Mr. Speaker, and people ought to remember, unless we can retool these people and find another miracle industry, it's going to cost the government $65 million per year. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there is 800 applications or thereabout for low-income houses at the National Housing Trust. And how do I marry that together? A 1 3-bedroom house at the National Housing Trust is $185,000 thereabout. There are over 800 Caymanian people waiting on homes. So in essence, the burden of having to afford this cost are people in $5.5 million per month for 3,621 persons in the cruise industry, as was recorded during the pandemic. That $65 million, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't even be able to build, would only be able to build 352 homes. So I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, I'd rather be building homes rather than spending $5.5 million in the direction that I see the cruise tourism going. Down, down, down on building homes rather than giving them a stipend every month. Mr. Speaker, we got the warning already, and we're still not adhering. We know what it is. We know what it costs if we don't have any cruise tourism industry. And if we don't build a port, we know we're going to have a $65 million bill per annum just for this industry. We've been warned, Mr. Speaker. We still would be 448 homes short for the people on the waiting list, Mr. Speaker. So, if we continue going down this road and don't approve or build a port, we need to remember, and I keep repeating it, the $65 million per annum. And remember, the 5 years or thereabout, you still need to do an EIA on the port. You still need to build a pier. And then we need to think about changing of governments over a 4-year period. And then we need to think about how long that will take. And just times $65 million by 5 years, the time it takes for the cruise industry to reroute the traffic back to a place that they canceled it to, the Cayman Islands. That would be $325 million over a 5-year period. Almost half of the annual Cayman Islands budget. All for who? All for who? 20 environmentalists. All against one of the only industries that is 100% Caymanian owned. You see the route they're going? They're using the school kids and piling their heads up with one-sided arguments instead of teaching our children balance. Balance gives you housing. Maybe if you're going to certain schools, you don't have to worry about housing. But there are plenty of Caymanian children who would love their own rooms, Mr. Speaker. I want us to think about this. 38 businesses have been closed down in the cruise business, as I heard this morning. All Caymanians, where do they go to now, Mr. Speaker? As I said, my stuff was going to be thought-provoking. And I know that the $65 million is not something that you can hide easily. That's only for 1 year. So I want us to think about it when we go to the polls, that when we're voting against building a pier. Now, Mr. Speaker, my approach would be a little different than some. But I do think we need a pier. Whether we need piers in different locations because of weather, I'm all for that. And if we're talking about the footprint is too big for Georgetown, then we decrease the footprint. But we need a pier. We brag and we are very braggadocious about how the Cayman Islands is one of the best in the region. We talk about this and that per capita. and we're left behind 50 years without a port, without a pier. Mr. Speaker, I just want people to remember, and we're talking about cruise berthing, that there's people involved in this cruise berthing. It's not just cement and boulders and disruption of some coral as less as possible, but we're talking about 3,621 people that the government will have to be responsible for at $65 million a year. Who wants that responsibility? Who wants to be the government that has to continuously do that? $1,200 a month is all they were giving them. Not even enough for rent. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem. We need to balance the environment, and we need to be responsible, and we need to keep our Caymanians employed in an industry that we have held in high esteem for many, many years. We can't be one of the jewels of the Caribbean and can't make a decision responsibly on how to build a pier and where to build a pier. It was supposed to be built, and this is what politics does sometime, in West Bay to support the turtle farm, as someone mentioned earlier. There's Spots Dock. I don't know what that is out there, but we all know how the weather is out there and the currents and everything else. But we need to make a decision. We need two piers in two different locations. That is my opinion, Mr. Speaker. But in my contribution to cruise berthing and the referendum, I want to remind people about those 3,621 Caymanians. And if we multiply that by each family, would have about 4 in it. That is about, if my math is right, that's about 12,000 people. That is 50% of the electorate. So I say to you all, I give it a fair chance in passing. And for persons supporting 3,621 Caymanians who need their support at this time, so that they don't have to lean on the government on the nasty word that no one likes to talk about, NAU. Mr. Speaker, I'll leave my $65 million argument right there. But it's reality. We had to do it already. So I didn't pull the numbers out of the air. Mr. Speaker, on cannabis, decriminalizing and not legalizing. Of course, we can't legalize because we saw what happened in Bermuda, the UK. My contribution, Mr. Speaker, is ganja, some call it. Is for the same reason, the reason why I want to vote for decriminalizing ganja or cannabis, as some want to say, is for the reason that I did my research almost 15 years ago. Yes, they laughed at me during the pandemic about reading the scriptures. And no one died under my watch. But I can actually do my own research. And I can actually write my own speech. Right here without looking at the page. So, I did my research 15 years ago and found that we were the only country in the world, one of the only countries in the world that had no second chance provisions in law. When I had a 20-year-old come to me who wanted to go to university and had already been accepted, Mr. Speaker, but had a blemished police record. Hence the reason I brought the motion for second chances. And it passed unanimously in this honorable parliament. And hence the reason we now have a law that gives persons a second chance to wipe their slate clean and can have their records expunged, Mr. Speaker. So, there's nothing new for me in looking out for my Caymanians. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand on these frivolous laws and I support decriminalizing cannabis, but not legalizing, as I have my own concerns there. But it goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, smoking ganja is a choice. I've definitely told my children, don't do it. And that's my choice. I don't know if they're going to listen. I hope they do, because I've seen some very bad situations. You know, very, very bad situations where drugs can lead to. So, Mr. Speaker, no teenager or otherwise shouldn't be saddled with a police record, hampering them from getting a job, traveling, or otherwise for such a misdemeanor matter. I ask the question, where will this marijuana come from? Will the people be allowed to grow it in their backyard, or we are encouraging an onslaught of boats touching our shores and bringing you don't know what? Because they don't only bring the drugs. They bring pills, guns, ammunition. That's why I'm in support of drones and planes to protect our borders. Mr. Speaker, in me saying that I support decriminalizing cannabis and I will support the motion, the bill, I am reminded of that young man who came to me and many others who came to me. Every time I've been elected in this house, I've brought something to help Caymanians that wouldn't have otherwise been thought of. That's my job. I enjoy that part of it. I don't always have to do the financial services or the highfalutin white-collar stuff. I like the blue-collar stuff too. I can do both. So, moving on, Mr. Speaker, to, as I said, I would be brief. National Lottery. Now, this has been on the lips of politicians and citizens alike. And although it seems it's a 50-50 embrace, as for and against, some are scared that persons will get hooked. and there's not enough education around. Some feel that we are missing opportunities to fund other community projects if we don't do it, like Florida does, with education and otherwise. And some are concerned with the rise in crime. People say all sorts. I think there's 3 different types of lottery here already. All adjacent countries to us. And I'm sure this can't be stopped easily, Mr. Speaker. So let's vote. Let the vote go on the national lottery. And whatever the people decide, Mr. Speaker, this is their country. They put us here. The people's voice is most important. The people's vote is most important. And should always be. It should always count, Mr. Speaker. After all, we work for the people. I think sometimes people forget that we work for the people. And having a referendum shouldn't be frowned upon. And everybody has their decision to make and their reasons and so forth. But I am saying, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable House, that a referendum should not be frowned about if it's about the people's voice and the people's choice and the people's vote. So, Mr. Speaker, everybody, when they go to Miami, the first thing they do, they go down to Concourse B. Huh? Yeah. Or if they don't even go inside, they just want to look and see the card so they can scratch. But if what I've noticed and is that nobody wins the lottery at Miami Airport. I'm very concerned about that. They don't want someone leaving the country to win it. I've already assessed that. So what you got to do is when you're on those journeys where you're driving far up to Opelika and just pull over by a gas station. That's it. Yeah. You may win there. Bring it home to Cayman. No. Don't make anybody know you win. Mr. Speaker, but buying lottery again is a choice, you know. And some people like their odds, you know. But I think that if we don't do something to regularize a system, a national lottery, that the way it's going on here, I hear I'm a social butterfly, and I hear things, and we need to do something very quickly in terms of the lottery, to put some system in place. Because right now, the only person not benefiting is Cayman from people using our space to operate their business. So, Mr. Speaker, the referendum is here to give people choice, whether it's a cruise berthing, gambling, or cannabis. These are all I can remember. And everybody know I'm not into nasty politics unless I have to go there. In fact, there's a lot I could have said for many months now, and I've chosen not to say it because that's not what people expect from me. There's a time and a place for everything. And, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to give my contribution. And just to add some thought-provoking stuff, I think the Minister, Deputy Premier did a marvelous job in getting his point across. And I hope that members support this referendum. I think that if you don't support it, that people are going to read a lot of messages into your reason for not doing that. You may think that because you're X, Y, and Z, you wouldn't support gambling, or because you're X, Y, and Z, you wouldn't support decriminalization. If it's explained properly, people will understand that no matter what you do, some people are still going to smoke. And for one spliff in your hand, or behind your ear, you wouldn't want to see a person not be able to pick up themselves, change, and move on, get a job, and be a contributing citizen and put food on their own table. We don't want to take that away from anyone. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I wouldn't be long, but I hope that by me pointing out about the $5.5 million per month, $65 million a year, the people will realize that we really have a problem, that we need to be careful what we do with this and attend to it and not just kick it down the road and think it's going to go away. We need to help our Caymanian people. God bless you. God bless these Cayman Islands.
I'll take the evening suspension now. We'll return at 7. Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member from West Bay West.
You got it right, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill before the House. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the issues are not new. They're not new to me about crews. Issues and questions arising from the cruise ship issue is, you heard it. Do we move from Georgetown? Where do we go? And you heard different places over the years, North Sound, breakers, don't do anything, spots, don't do anything. And then you've heard matters about the environment. Mr. Speaker, since we've been hearing that this is 30 years, but for 20 years I hear them talking, some members saying, this issue been around a longer time than that. 1988, 4 years out of my 40, that matter was being talked about. Proposals too. And I've been part of the debate, and I've always supported it. And I've fought the forces who were and are against crews. There was always, when I became leader of government and had policy in my hands as the Minister of Tourism, plenty of the opposition was put this way: oh, we can't allow McKeever to have that kind of success of the pier for the people on his watch. Politics. Some of the same politics that are being played today. I've fought the forces who were and are against the development of upgraded properties that are used for long-stay tourism. Mr. Speaker, I ain't going to be long enough. I hope to give my colleagues some time to freshen themselves and get back to their seats. I hope people understand that and will think that I am any wishy-washy speaker. What I believe in, I stand up and tell the world about it because I believe that it's the right things to do. I am not one, on the one hand this and on the one hand that, and I'm not one to ride the fence. I'm not one to be on jack of both sides, as the old people say. And so, I want to see a new pier. It has been well established how it will be built. Mr. Speaker, not a large, long, huge block of cement that would divert the course of the tides, but appear on pilings that water flows and marine life thrives, young fish, and where sponges can grow. You've seen it. Go to every island, practically in the Caribbean, that have a cruise tourism. I think all of them do. And you will see that they have established these kinds of piers. It's not a destruction of the environment. There has to be a balance, and I've always, I think, and believed, campaigned, and when in office, put in place things that I thought balanced, that brought about a balance between development and environment. And I appreciate those people who want to protect and save, but you can't stop. That's the thing, and that's what they are about, because I do not hear the alternatives. And when you really push them, Mr. Speaker, then they come back fighting and tell you, we don't need it, we don't need it. Then you get them out in the ring. They use excuses about the environment. But the truth is they are against cruise tourism. And then they say, you can't do cruise tourism because that is help blocking the long-stay visitors. And there are some challenges there, and that's where we need to sit down and get a balance, a proper balance. I want to see us build it. I want to see us encourage it for many, many reasons. I want to see the new pair because that's Caymanians' biggest business, and they can grow their income, which brings bigger revenue paid to government. And Nassau is about the size of Cayman. They got probably 300,000 people right in Nassau. Yes, there are days that you don't want to go downtown because of traffic. 5, 6 big cruise ships lined up, people making money, people doing all sorts of things. And here we are, a developing country. One of the biggest industries for Caymanians, well over 3,000 people in the business. What are they doing? Thousands of Caymanian families are in the business and benefiting from cruise tourism. They're not doing good now. And the absence of supporting it to get excellent facilities for it, where our visitors don't have to stand in the sun or rain. For Cayman Islands to be a first-class destination for tourism, the balance has to be there. It would have been great if we never started, for some I guess, hadn't started on the course of cruise tourism, but it started. And the people invested, that's where Caymanians go. They borrow money. They buy a bus, 14-seater, 25-seater. Now they got bigger ones. Then they borrow money to get a boat. That's where they borrow money to do a little business. Believe you me, whether it is a conch shell stand, some put their efforts into it. Either borrow it from somebody. Some of them don't have it all. I know because I've helped other people before. And we complain that, oh, look at the traffic. You want to tell me, Mr. Speaker, that for 3-4 days a week. We can put up, if it's in Georgetown, with the efforts made by your government and other governments, and the one being made now by my ministers and this government, to widen roads, to fix roads, to divert traffic in different ways. You want to tell me that Caymanians are that unmindful of what cruise tourism do? You heard what the minister said. If anybody believe my minister of culture was talking foolishness, they're making a big mistake. The money that was poured out to the tourism sector during COVID by your administration, they believe that is joke. They believe it's joke when Ivan hit us, and I had to do the same thing. People might not remember it. Some people don't know because it wasn't born yet. And they're not going to give me credit. Oh, that's the last thing they want to do, is to say McKeever did something like that. But I did it too. I did it too. Thank God the country had the money to do it. Imagine if you hadn't had the revenue, Mr. Speaker, at that time. Imagine back in 2004 and 5, if we didn't have money, which we opened up the country to get the money. They're still cussing about status, but go talk to George McCarthy when we gave the status. All sorts of investment opened up, and government had millions of dollars that we could put into people's hands and put into business and help save business. People forget. Oh, yeah, they do. Again, you're not going to hear them. McKeever Bush did it. They don't want that known. Because some of them still think that I am running for leadership. The only thing I'm running for is West Bay West, where the people know me better and who have supported me for 40-odd years. But West Bay West, only since 2017. For that no-good system that's in place now. And I can say this too, I might just offer, and I want to check out legally, because I don't believe, and somebody has to show me why I couldn't move an amendment to say the question should be whether we want this same system, electoral system, to exist. And I can believe you this. You can believe me. If you put that on the ballot, you can believe you can get a yes vote. Because the people are fed up being split up. People are fed up being split. And where so many machinations can go on and money spent all in one place, no. People not want that anymore. They're sick and tired of it. And if I could put an amendment to this bill, Mr. Speaker, I would do so. I'm hearing that you can't to put the question for the referendum. Do you want the present electoral system to exist? You want to see something? Put that on there. And you can believe the next government, if we hold true to our standing orders and believe that government needs to be saying something about motions that are passed, because, boy, that is one brilliant move. You know how many motions? My first term of government, 84 to 88, 93 motions I moved in this house. Mind you, there had to be some movements for me to get all them motions in. But 93 passed. Not a lot done. Government passed it to satisfy you, and you don't get much done. Plenty was done. But plenty went unnoticed. And I was told, we just let you talk. That's what they told me. But how does our people believe that we can continue with a rinky-dinky operation? And they can say what they like, Mr. Speaker. What operation we have now, we done well in building the Royal Waterland and the South Terminal, the renovations I made there. Done well when we stopped the day operations of cargo and put it in the night simply because tenders were coming loaded with people and cranes were swinging 40-foot containers over them. Twice I know about. And that's what made me make that decision as the minister then. This going to stop us or we can get in big trouble. One ain't let go, you know. Twice. One on a 20-foot and one on a 40-foot container. I said, no, not on my watch. I took the blows because some people didn't want it, and we shifted and made crews. When the cruise is in, made them operate, and like cargo went to night on those days. Yes, there are times we have to make the changes. We have to make the change that I can't understand why there has to this big hullabaloo. Oh, the world is coming to an end if you build a cruise ship here. Jesus, and the whole world is leaving Cayman behind. Look at the plans that you all, I know how much went into that because I campaigned for it. How much went into those plans that the PPM had. Went backed out. The only thing that I disagreed with was taking $6 million to take up an old broken down thing or for what? Where in the world is there a dive site in the middle of a harbor, a dock? Where? Nonsense. Oh, it would be nice. It would be nice if you had a pristine environment out there and never had to worry about crews. But that's not the case. That's not the case. I wouldn't have spent, and I said that at the public meeting in West Bay, would not spend $6 million to do that. But the other plans was an improvement on what we had in mind. What the Chinese were putting forward was one of the best plans. But that got torpedoed because they just didn't want me to get anything done. Yeah. That proposal, members, was that we build the pier, build the facilities on land, created so many more acres, so we had to, yes, take up some of the environment there, the marine environment, because you were creating, I can't remember, 5 or can't remember the acreage to make it bigger. But the dock, you had to build a dock on pilings. The Chinese had it. You would remove in bad weather the planking, let's call it, and take that in land, and what we left out there in bad weather would have been the pilings. The plan is there. But Big Mouth Duncan, him, didn't want that, like they didn't want the Chinese to do their exchange down here because that won't give London competition. That's all that was. They torpedoed me on that too. London makes about $60 million a year, I understand, in their first year when they put it in up there. They didn't want me to do that. I listened and I said, I'm not going to run, Mr. Speaker. But when I watched some of those who are proposing to run and joining this party and the next party, and you can imagine now, last election, what a thing it was. Party system was such a bad thing. Now every Tom, Dick, and Harry is forming CCP, MPP, APP, and the next one and the next one. I say to our people, think carefully. There's no time for trainee government. No time for trainee government. Get people, even them that might be in opposition to me, put people with knowledge in. And not just knowledge coming out of school, because if anyone thinks that running government is the same as running a business in the private sector, it cannot be the same. Cannot be the same. And all the complaints you get, well, we're not getting anything out of it. Whose fault it is? You go, look at the permits. The only people that can get permits for mostly anything, let's say, but we're dealing with the cruise sector, are Caymanians. If you see somebody with a permit out there, they are hired by a Caymanian. So who complaining? What they want? Man, you're done say, you don't like the neighbor, but you want to borrow him bicycle. It is Caymanians' business, Mr. Speaker. It is Caymanians. And they are not. Some of them think you just got to get a boat, and that's it. Got to get a taxi, and that's it. Much more than that in service. Cayman is a service economy to tourism and financial services. And you don't hardly hear them complaining about financial services, but they're complaining about tourism and the development it brings to get it. You want a first class, which I said I'd like to see us get, not in numbers of population, but certainly could be Cayman, could be the Singapore of the Caribbean. If we did the right things and thought right and stop this attitude, as Gerard said in 58, if a Caymanian can't be the captain, him going down into the engine room and break up the engine. What an indictment. That's what he said as the then governor or commissioner he was at the time. And some of that attitude, thank God most of it is gone. Thank God. But plenty of it still exists, and it's coming in here. It's coming in right in here. If I can't be, then you can't be. I can go tell somebody, they can fix you, they can scandalize you. I ain't looking for no leadership post. I'd be a fool at 70 to want to go in to cabinet. Not what I know my colleagues are going through, and what other ministers go with you recently, not long ago, Mr. Speaker, not that long ago. Issues getting tougher by the minute. But some of these people believe that, oh, all we got to just get up and complain and say, I'm Caymanian. That don't cut it. It makes me want to be proud to say, I can support them. I will fight with them. But we need to be realistic too. Stop that attitude. You just can't get in there and think that you can change the whole world, where in this island, not gonna happen. They're barking up the wrong tree. And I tell you how difficult it is, Mr. Speaker. You might not have your ear as close to the ground that you used to have it, because you're not in that business anymore. I don't know if I'm right, Mr. Speaker, but anyway. Think about what was being negotiated. Government don't have no, and look how things can be so misleading and misled by people who want to derail and broke down and stop. And who suffers in the long run? Our people that me and you and the rest of us in here have to take out our pocket, that we can't get our bills paid, to pay for, help them with their bills. There's the people that hurt. But look at it, what was said. Government is in Bacchus giving away Bacchus government land. Where government got land in Bacchus, besides the 163 acres that I think it was 163 that we bought for the Bacchus National Park. Not one scrap of beach government owns up there. Not one. Yet you look at one of them online, I don't want to even call them news. And what they said, government was up there giving it away. What government was trying to do was to get it, was to try to get some land up there so that locals have a place to go on Easter that is theirs, not private property. And that's another attitude, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I'm going far off, I don't know. But you haven't stopped me yet. But think of it. We don't have no land backers, except for what I talk about, swamp land. But we don't have no beach land. But, and I said this a couple of days ago, and of course, the would-be champion of Dota News got up and said that I was against Caymanians because I said that Caymanians are selling their land and expect to have it too, and you cannot do it. And they came after me to tell me, young lawyers, that I was wrong, penal code do matter in this, Caymanians. Well, if you can go and tell them after they bought the land, don't you know that they can come to you one of these days and come through your yard and say, I want a road through your yard too? So where are your rights? Property rights are property rights. I think in the Constitution we have that protection. And then in the penal code, if you do something wrong, you do something wrong. But these are the kind of things, and these are the kind of issues that surrounding this going to be surrounding this referendum. I agree with that. And let me get to that one point, because I hear that flung around a little bit too. I said in the beginning that I didn't see that we needed, and that was the first time I went to caucus, I didn't see that we needed to have a referendum. I am one of them, yes. I ain't no dictator. I think they got much more evidence of that today than McKeever Bush. But I believe that you elected me to lead. You gave me your vote. I can come to you, explain and talk to you, but to come back to get another vote, I do not ever believe, and this is one thing that me and Benson always agreed on, I don't believe in referenda like that. Not for that sort of situation. Constitution, yes. But a law like this to do what? But I then, when the minister presented his case, I said, I support the issues that is put forward. I had my doubts about the cannabis one, the ganja one, because I felt like people were trying to use that to get votes. Oh, yeah. But I don't have to do that. I've never been elected on that kind of basis. I've never been elected by the press. My biggest opposition been there. Never been elected. If I can't win the election by this go round, then I've lost. I don't wait till election day. Who fools want to do that? And so I say to the minister, I will be supporting the bill because I want to get the issues done. It's going to take time, and that was another argument. Yes. He bravely stepped forward, put it forward. Now we have to live with it. It's going to take more time, but we have to live with it. At one point I said, boy, the people, Mr. Speaker, are not going to support this thing like this. But the truth is, I think there's more for us than against us, as the church chorus says. There's more for us than against us. Oh, you got them out there, and boy, they can chat. And some of them got M-O-N-E-Y. I hear it. But I believe that the people understand. And when you got 3,000 to 4,000 Caymanians that are in this business and are losing, I know they are losing, because people come to me today, I suspect come to many of us in this house that have never come to us and asked for any kind of handout. And now they need it. The business is down, and that's their business. They got to pay the loans. Some people don't understand that. So am I going to sit back and say, no, I can't do that. I want to see, when it comes to the environment, yes, let's try to do what we can to balance the blows that people might think the environment is picking up. I don't see it being picked up from a pier here in Georgetown. I don't see it being picked up by one in Cameron-Brack. And we've got to think about it. We have to move forward. People want to invest, get them to do it. It don't have to be government money. Government can be a partner. It's the Queen's bottom. So we can be a partner. I know one thing. If they had left Mr. Darwin alone, we would have had that Dr. Cuba now, because he told them so. When environment went at him, boy, you going out this far? He said, I can put this out to Cuba. That's, I guess the levity of it, but Mr. Speaker, just in case there are those who might ask why I didn't get it built, I think the world understands that I tried to. But we upgraded the South Terminal area. We put in place the night operations that I explained just now. The ships can come now without such danger. They use the tenders, but they can come in without such danger. We built the Royal Watler Pier with the help of the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association and with the encouragement and advice of Robbie Hamilton, the late Robbie Hamilton, and the late Mr. Norberg Thompson. And people said, well, they had business, of course. But that didn't stop their sense because they had business. And Mr. Norberg said, that's why I'm in business. And I thank those gentlemen because from then, there was this group, and we went throughout the Caribbean because it wasn't just localized here, you know. And some of the argument that we are hearing, Mr. Speaker, not coming from just Cayman, not coming from people overseas that are helping the people here that are against it because they are against it wherever they exist. That's not new. We had to go through the Caribbean. Twice I was offered to be the CTO head. I said, no, I don't need that. Twice. We fought that issue, and it got settled down. They got settled down because one of the big issues that you get with the cruise is that, oh, you're taking up all the space, full of cars, full of boats, and only some of what's supposed to get. And the controllers had the hotels. So the small people didn't have that kind of control. They were at the cruise out here with a little boat and a car and a bus. And we fought to get it. And now they want to kill it. And they have done a good job because if they had left the PPM alone, we would have had the doctor there. If they had left me alone, we would have had it too. And now we're here 30-something, 36 and a half years that I know about, from 1988, and we still haven't got anything. And I say this to our Caymanians, stop this. We went to one of the meetings in Santo Domingo. We negotiated $75 for certain tours. Go back here, saw him making $1 over what Tom was making, and he went lower. And that's how it went with Jim. Went lower, and what they get out of it now. They fought amongst themselves and killed the effort. We should be getting top dollar. I don't know who else believes that, but that's one of the things that a new government has to do. We have to put, that's why I call it balance. You have to put it in place. You have to make the regulation. You have to put it in place that Tom, Dick, and Harry, you want to fight amongst yourself, go ahead and kill one another. But this is what's going to cost to go to Sandbar. Yes. This is what it's going to cost to go Stingray City. And then the complaint is that, oh, the cruise ship was taking it all. The cruise ship was taking it all because they're smarter. The business Caymanians are fighting amongst themselves, and we, as a country, need to put a price, a better price, on our tourism areas that people, attractions, tourism attractions. I didn't say anything, Mr. Minister, about the turtle farm one, but I'll say that, about that, what I say about schools. I want one too. The turtle farm was built for that, and we're spending $6 or $7 million a year. And so we need to put that into the discussion. I know in my area and wherever I go, Now, you might want me on your platform when I talk about it, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, because people might not like it, but I know where I live. And I am going to talk about that Cayman in Georgetown, because you can talk to the fowls cut teeth. Nothing else can happen. It can be right here. That's what's going to happen. And certainly, I believe we have already done the studies. Turtle Farm needs to have something where the ships come to, at least one ship. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe I've gone longer than I expected, and I wasn't not in the best frame of mind to holler. Huh? Mr. Speaker, the members reminded, my colleagues reminded me that on the matter of gaming, the minister gave a lineup of good things that we can utilize the money for. And I'm going to debate this long, because the fact is I believe we should have it. And I believe that's another one that can pass. Not going to pass, because people, again, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, they come from church. I hear people call me, your birthday is 20th, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, my birthday is the 20th. Well, you know what that's all about. They're not bringing me no birthday present. They got that in mind to play. Yeah. So I don't have to talk long on that. That is something that I believe the country accepts, and I believe it will be the right thing to do. And it's not going to stop, as the Honorable Leader of the Opposition said, it's not going to stop the illegal stuff. I don't believe that either. I don't think that it's hurting. And I look at Nassau and look at the stats there. Mind you, crime is there, like in other areas, but I don't, from what I understand, it's not attributed to the gaming industry there. And they do, because they legalize the numbers, and while they have the other gaming that nobody wants to talk about. But Cayman better really look at something else, because if we lose any one of these industries for whatever reason, you better have something else to hang on to. You won't get $1.2 billion in revenue. On the cannabis, far too many young persons have paid a penalty that they ought not to have paid. Now, I don't buy all these stories about this one for so long have a record, because thank God the DG, they got it possible now. 5 years, you get it, you slate right clean. Now, maybe you can say we can do something else with that, but I don't think that if you had 19 years ago and you still got it, well, somebody not helping you. Maybe you're going to talk to the wrong MP to lead you in the right direction. I don't know. But I don't know if that is right. Can be for possession, simple possession. Can be. Can be. I don't buy that. And I said, my concern was the abuse. That was what I always said. I know where I grew up. I know how hard they tried to push me in it. I know some of them guys that they were older than me, and I didn't know what they were doing. But I got down in the wind of it, and when I went home, you can believe this, Mama knew there was something wrong, and I got some licking that you never know. What you were doing there? Well, Mama, I don't smoke, but you had no business being there. And that's what she pounded me for. Yeah. I had cousins that developed sicknesses, but that's what they started with. My aunt lost 3 sons in the run of 16 months. 3. Fourth one, took another 5 or 6 years, but where they started. I'm not saying, but where they started, smoking ganja. I'm not saying that that is, I don't know. It only drove me away from it. But I do believe that far too many young people have been affected, their lives have been affected negatively with jobs and so on. Mind you, I don't know if that is all the case today, you know. There's other things kicking in that we're not paying attention to. Other things happening, right? You got people, bosses, who have their friends from wherever they're from. They want them because they know them. They don't know you. You local, yeah? So, but we got ways and means of dealing with that. I've said that to my Minister of Labor. We have to sit down, put the mechanisms in place, put the things in place to stop some of that, so that nobody can get up and want to blame the government because they didn't have cannabis on a trial trip of some kind. So I am worried about that sort of thing. Not that I will not support an effort. Once it's well thought out, you know what the quantity is, because that's what we need to know. And I don't need to know that to vote for it. I don't need to know that. And that would be good if you could figure it out. And there are places that do it that has certain quantities to utilize. I don't know if you want that. I have 3 grandsons, one 21, one 18, and vote all 2 of them. And one 6, and 2 granddaughters. Oh, yeah, where else do you think they want to be registered? And I worry about that. I worry about what the future is going to go. What's Cayman future going to be with some of these things that we're coming up with? You have to be careful that we're not doing things to stand up and say, hey, you see what I done for you? See what I done for you? Because it's election year. Be careful. Let us be more than careful. And I think that the minister who knows the street, he knows the street, has the right head on his shoulder about some of these efforts. I'm not saying that we should know now. I am willing to support it, to get it to where the people will have their say on it, and then we hopefully, that we'll be able to have a government that will put the mechanisms in place so that it's not abused. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I know I've traversed a wide field. I thank you for your patience. And I think to encourage all members to vote for it. We best think about what your constituents will say. Some people say they're already. That they have hundreds in one area of West Bay, hundreds of people on the cruise industry side. Don't know how much on any of the other issues. I can tell you probably thousands. So think about it. If they're voting against it for votes, they better look out how many votes can be against them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, if you can turn off your mic, please.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Heritage and...
The small one.
I can't remember these things now. They change so often.
Yeah.
That it does, sir.
Young people right now.
The Honourable Minister for Youth, Sports and Heritage and Home Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a short contribution to the bill before this House, the referendum. This is Cruz, Birthing, Infrastructure, Gambling, and Cannabis Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Deputy Premier spoke and put forward the government's position on this. And the official opposition spoke as well, along with other members of the opposition. But Mr. Speaker, many comments have been made on this particular bill. Previously, Mr. Speaker, the members of this House supported the resolution by a motion again, as the Deputy Premier said, which was constitutionally required and was supported in this House. Mr. Speaker, there were comments to the effect that the opposition was not going to support any controversial bills since we had a minority government. But, Mr. Speaker, the one question I have is, how can the will of the people of this country be controversial? This is an opportunity for the people to have a say on these three very important matters, these three questions. And Mr. Speaker, a referendum is when a question is decided by putting it to the public for a vote. And this is an example, Mr. Speaker, of direct democracy. This is giving the electorate an opportunity to have their say in a very democratic process, Mr. Speaker. This is also a way of enhancing the democratic process of a society and how the electorate can be engaged. Mr. Speaker, it can also be said that the referendum can also be a complement to representative democracy. And by having this referendum, we can settle the questions once and for all. Mr. Speaker, our people in this country are very capable of making decisions to guide our future. And that is what we are giving them an opportunity to do, Mr. Speaker. There are also those who oppose this, and that's their democratic right. But I believe that we must give our people an opportunity to have their say, and we must give them an opportunity to decide on very important political questions as well. Again, as the Honourable Deputy Premier said, the results of this referendum is not going to be binding, but it will also give the next government guidance on what the country is thinking. The Deputy Premier, in his opening debate, laid out the rationale for this referendum, and I support the idea of people having a right to voice their support for or not, but for them to participate in this very democratic process, Mr. Speaker. In caucus, we had a presentation from the Economic and Statistics Office that showed the issues that the cruise industry was facing. My colleague to my right also noted that businesses were closing because of the downturn in the cruise sector and the concerns from people who are making a living from this and how it is affecting their livelihood, Mr. Speaker. One of the other questions on there is the matter of whether to legalize gambling. And a lot has been said about that. And again, Mr. Speaker, this gives our people the opportunity to weigh in on this question as well. But the one that I also have some concerns, which is a matter of the cannabis and the decriminalization of the consumption and possession of small amounts of cannabis. And I want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, I am not supporting the legalization of cannabis. I want to make that very clear. But for Mr. Speaker, for far too long we have ostracized our young people from mistakes they've made. And we have heard of how a police record affects their lives. Can't travel off the island, can't attend the university of their choice, and different other opportunities that they are not able to take advantage of. But Mr. Speaker, I had a visit to the prison last week for a presentation, and I was literally shocked out of my shoes to learn that it is now costing the Cayman Islands government $97,000 a year to house one prisoner. $97,000, sir. But I decided to do a bit of digging, and the Ministry of Home Affairs had noted in a brief from 2017, last year, 2024, they did the brief, and from 2017 to 2023, there were 672 convictions of ganja consumptions. And of that 672, 95 resulted in convictions, 14%. If you look at just the straight line cost of that, that's $9.2 million, Mr. Speaker. And for the same period, there were 857 convictions for simple possession. 106 resulted in imprisonment, 12%. And that straight line cost is $10.2 million. And that is just if they were there just for 1 year, but this study is from 2017 to 2023. So just imagine the cost to the government right now of people, again, on just a simple possession of marijuana. So, Mr. Speaker, while this cost is astronomical, we can then ask the question, how many homes could this have built? How many other social programs that we could have assisted with? So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to leave that out there. I'll close by saying that, as I said in the beginning, there cannot be anything controversial about the will of the people. Thank you, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I'll invite the minister. Folks, don't test my patience this time of night. The honorable member for Newlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been reminded once or twice in the past that the procedure is to stand. And I apologize for not calling that out to you, but I tried to follow instructions on the procedure. Mr. Speaker, the Referendum Cruise Berthing Infrastructure, Gambling and Cannabis Bill 2024 has obviously been the subject of much discussion on both sides of the House and outside this House. Out in the public, you have people who are in favor of different elements of it. You have people who are against different elements of it. Mr. Speaker, as the member, the Deputy Premier moving presenting the bill noted, I am reminded us, when I was Premier, the approach that we took at that time was to indicate that we would be supporting a referendum on the question of the national lottery and on decriminalization of small amounts of marijuana. The question of a cruise berthing facility or a cruise pier did not exist at that time, at least as a priority issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think others have noted as well that certainly from my perspective, focusing particularly on the national lottery issue and the marijuana or ganja issue, that is small consumption and possession of small amounts of that. Mr. Speaker, from a personal perspective, I don't need a referendum to support something like that. And that's the position I have taken. I took it publicly. I took it with my colleagues at the time. And Mr. Speaker, when I think about the time that has passed, well over a year, it frustrates me, because if we've been able to deal with decriminalization then, would not have required significant changes to the law or laws. If we'd been able to deal with that then, what a difference we would have made in the lives of some of these people. Mr. Speaker, we had the Minister for Youth and Sports, and I can't remember what the rest of the details are at the moment, Heritage. He gave some interesting numbers in his contribution. And by my estimate, it sounded like at least 20 people a year, if not more, would have been incarcerated for possession of small amounts of marijuana. That may be a total underestimate. I'm not sure. But as far as I'm concerned, that is 20 people too many. We should have done this a long time ago. We do not and did not need to have a referendum for this purpose. The minister did a good job outlining all the various issues. Others have spoken to those issues as well. People getting convicted for small amounts, the impacts that it has down the road. Yes, we have the legislation in place now to expunge, but it's still having impacts on our young people and those who are older. And we should have dealt with this a long time ago. And, Mr. Speaker, if I have anything to do with it, it is going to be a campaign promise that it needs to be addressed. Because we have young people today, Mr. Speaker, who are suffering from anxiety, they're suffering from depression, they're suffering from all of the impacts of the pressure that life today brings, plus the impacts of social media and all these things. We have people, young people today, we have parliaments around the world who are now seeking to ban social media for young people under a certain age because they recognize the impacts that has. But what does that do? That leads our young people to try to find ways to address the pain, address the suffering they're feeling. And then they self-medicate, and it must help them to some extent. When I mean self-medicate, I mean they smoke. It helps them to some extent. It must do, otherwise they wouldn't do it. We know this is nothing new. They do it. And then we turn around and convict them and put them in jail. They got to that point because they were victims of mental health issues. They were victims of the pressures of society, unable to escape it because it's around them all the time with smartphones and everything else. They can't escape it. They can't talk to their friends. It's not like in the days when I went to Cayman Islands High School, if there was somebody, giving you a hard time there, when you leave and come home, that's it till tomorrow. Today, that's not the same. So here we are. And time is passing, has passed, and we just don't do anything about this. We don't do anything about it. And it's something that we have to take seriously and deal with. We have to deal with. Now, I'm not an advocate of young people smoking marijuana. In fact, I don't drink and I don't smoke. But Mr. Speaker, the issues that we have that come from drinking and smoking are things that we have to manage, but we have to stop taking young people who are victims of the kinds of pressures that exist in society today, and the social media world that impacts them, and then when they self-medicate, we then convict them of possession, and we convict them of consumption. Now, Mr. Speaker, certain members have stated specifically that are drawing the distinction between legalization and consumption. Sorry, legalization and decriminalization. Mr. Speaker, we cannot legalize. We are bound by UN conventions, which put marijuana currently as Class 1 drugs, and we don't have the option of legalizing. The only time we could do that is if we became an independent country, and I don't think that we are ready for that. But, Mr. Speaker, decriminalization is just taking away the negative consequences making it clear. As the minister said, you're not getting a conviction on your record. You do not have, a month later, if you have to go somewhere, you get a police clearance certificate, it doesn't say you're convicted of possession of small amounts of drugs. But why have we taken so long to get to a point where we talk about a referendum? Why have we not dealt with this previously? It is a source of frustration, Mr. Speaker. And it is something that I feel, referendum or not, it is something we need to deal with. We need to deal with. Because we are failing our young people in particular if we don't. Mr. Speaker, I'm kind of going backwards in relation to the content of the bill, the subject matter of the bill. I'm going to the gambling issue. Mr. Speaker, that is another, as I've said, another matter that I felt that we did not need a referendum to deal with. Because inherent in this proposal is not legalizing gambling writ large. It's not creating a gambling industry. This is talking about having a national lottery, which maybe, I don't know if it will, maybe not, but it may have some small impact, some small benefit in diverting away some of the interest from what is currently illegal in the numbers market, the numbers games. And maybe it'll save one life, maybe more. But if it has a chance of doing that one life, I will take it. Mr. Speaker, you know, I was very strident in my perspective on this with my former colleagues. And the Deputy Premier, Minister for Tourism, didn't want to do it that way. He wanted to have a referendum. And the referendum was really, the discussion around that at the time was that was a quid pro quo in respect of the amendments, the Gambling Act amendments that the police told us, just as they told the previous government, Mr. Speaker, and you know, the police told us that it is not getting better, it is getting worse. And we had that something needed to be done to deal with the situation. While I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that, as I've said, this may not have any significant benefit in terms of creating a national lottery. It may have some. But it's not going to stop all of those other ones that are going on right now. And that's where the real danger is, where a significant danger is. Because I think people think, well, it's already illegal proceeds, it's cash, it's easier for us to target that. And I'm very afraid that we will be facing more consequences down the road, more potential accidents or deliberate actions which cause loss of life. And Mr. Speaker, it is a tragedy for the family or the families that are impacted by these things, by the victims of the violence. It's also a tragedy for the young people and their families who are involved in some of this stuff. I see it, I know it all too well. I've seen it, Mr. Speaker. I've seen the impact that it has on the families. So while I take the position that we should do the analysis and see whether or not a national lottery is viable, and if it is viable, then we proceed to set it up. And I'm not saying anything that former colleagues haven't heard before. Proceed to set it up if it's viable. It may not be viable, I don't know. It is very difficult to get a real handle on the volumes of transactions, the volumes of money that is involved with the illegal gambling, the numbers games. And that's by definition because it's not regulated. It's next to impossible to find out exactly what it is. You have to do some creative assessments and make some best guess assumptions and work out, what you think the most likely numbers or likely range of numbers are. But Mr. Speaker, we must try. We must try. Mr. Speaker, going back to my comments in relation to the Deputy Premier and his presentation and his views previously, I admired the position that he took on the question of wanting to have a referendum on those two questions at the time. But as I said, I had a different view in that I thought the money that it would cost us could be better spent helping our people. And that while nobody's a bigger advocate of democracy than I am, and so I value what you say, what you were saying. I thought we were elected to do something to help people and help the country. And those were two things that we all agreed, Mr. Speaker, could help our people in this country. You see, Mr. Speaker, because this referendum is, I think there was an indication from another member contributing earlier that it wasn't going to cost anything. That cannot be correct. Even if you do it at the same time as the election, it cannot be correct that it doesn't cost anything more. Well, as far as I recall, the indications that I was given by the supervisor, Mr. Howell, Chief Officer Howell at the time, was that it would cost about $1.4 million to do a standalone referendum. And I think more recently he indicated that it would cost probably half that to do a referendum along with the election. Well, I'm going by the numbers that I heard a lot more recently. And it was, I don't remember the exact number, but it was at least 600,000, which is still a significant amount of money. You can do a lot with $600,000, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that was my position in relation to these. But and I wasn't, I was unable to be in Parliament back in October, early October, when the motion was done for this, to identify these three questions as matters of national importance. But at that time, Mr. Speaker, I do remember the members from the official opposition commenting and perhaps criticizing the approach in relation to, specifically in relation to including the cruise pier question or concept with those two others. And as I recall, Mr. Speaker, I think it was the leader of the opposition. There are times when it's the leader of the opposition that has spoken on the issue, and then sometimes there have been references to a spokesperson for the progressives. But at that time, I thought that there were some valid points being made by him along the lines of the question being vague, just the question of should the Cayman Islands develop cruise berthing infrastructure without any kind of specific proposal. And Mr. Speaker, I think that, one of the reasons I thought it was a very valid comment is that that has been a big part of the rationale behind those who have objected to the cruise pier proposals of the past. We have a harbor that is, and you said, sorry, Mr. Speaker, through you, the minister said that there are lots of pretty islands in the Caribbean, lots of pretty white beaches, lots of nice clear water. True, true. The truth is, though, you won't find too many that have a harbor like that they identify as a Blue Hope spot because of the incredible coral environment there, because of the species of fish that are out there. And that is the kind of thing that is driving the concerns. Well, you said yourself that you were looking at all kinds of different options. I am just pointing out. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I apologize. Through you. The member has asked, the Deputy Premier has asked the question, where would you put it? I said, I'm not here to tell him where to put anything. I am just laying out the facts as to why these are concerns and why the comments from the Leader of the Opposition back in October were very valid at that time. I think he very, very rightly pointed out that this was not going to settle the issue. And the fact that the minister just asked me that question as to where would you put it sort of illustrates that nicely. It isn't necessarily, talking in general about cruise port infrastructure isn't necessarily going to resolve any issue. So I thought those comments were valid at that time. Of course, moving on, my 4 colleagues in the TCCP left government, I think it was sometime in the end of October. And as would have been expected, I think we already had an indication of when the elections were going to be at that time. I think so. Well, we're not far. We wouldn't have been far off, right? We could see that on the horizon. You know what I mean? Yeah. So my point is that the situation that developed was we had a minority government, and as would be expected, the official opposition took the position that they would support the minority government. And to be fair, I certainly personally took the position at that time that was the right approach, and I think the rest of my current colleagues did the same. But the official opposition took the position that they would support the government to get through to the election, provided, I think, that they were subject to certain conditions, and one of them was that that no matter would be brought to Parliament that was contentious. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Premier bringing the bill clearly said, oh, it's contentious. I don't, you said that, sorry, he said that several times, Mr. Speaker. There's no getting around that. And you're right, a referendum is designed to deal with contentious issues, right? But that doesn't deter the position that there was a condition that was supposed to be satisfied. So, Mr. Speaker, I know there were suggestions about people going back and forth and changing their minds. I'm one that has never changed my mind on these things. Never. I stood up here and said I don't need a referendum to do a national lottery assessment and see whether it works and then move ahead with it. I don't need a referendum to deal with decriminalization because I know the kinds of impacts it has. I know the impacts it has. The next one, well, you very smartly put that in there because it helps. It helps on the, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Engaging in the back and forth, sorry. Yeah, so I apologize. I'm going to have to just look at you, sir, and not look at anybody else. No, but that, if you want to get something like this, that's not a bad strategy. The issue, though, Mr. Speaker, is that what was proposed previously for a cruise port was very specific. It was, and I was a part of the government, as you know, that discussed that and went through the process of doing the environmental impact assessment and worked with the tourism minister at the time. It was all very specific. It was very clear what the proposal was. Now, what happened is we had, the main thing I think was that we had a huge chunk of our society who decided that they were going to push back on it. And I don't know, I think the numbers that were of the voters that had signed up to the petition for a people-initiated referendum under Section 70 of the Constitution. Huh? No, I'm saying it was more than that. It was something like 35% of the voters. Sorry. I'm being led astray, sir. I apologize. It was something like 35%, sir. That, in a political context, is nothing to, as Mike Tyson was saying, nothing to sneeze at. That's a huge percentage. So rightly so, it became a question of, is this politically wise to try to continue to push this? But I don't see the issue, I don't see the views of people, or I don't see that the views of people have changed on this issue very much. And I would expect, even though we have 25 and somebody can remind me the exact number, 25,500 or something in terms of the current unofficial voters registry numbers, 7,000 or 8,000 is still a big number. It's still a big percentage. So what I fear, Mr. Speaker, is that having a referendum with a vague question is, as the leader of the opposition said back in October, not going to resolve the issue. And I fear then that we may have a proposal to have a cruise port, which then would have to be with details, which would then have to be subject to a new referendum. So not only will we have spent $600,000 on this occasion to get a non-binding perspective, whether it's for or against, but even if it was.
Honorable Deputy Premier, you have a point of order?
Yes, the member continues to say $600,000 for the referendum when in fact that's
well, all of you have been playing the game of speculation because there's no facts. That's why I'm leaving him, because nobody's producing anything that I can say is factual. How am I supposed to decide whether what he's saying is right as opposed to what you're saying? I can't. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to believe that I'm not guilty of speculation. But I'm quite. You found me guilty of speculation, sir? Okay. Well, I respect that, but I would have to say that if we okay. I may be speculating from your perspective, but I may also be right. The two things can exist at the same time. So the point is, Mr. Speaker, we could have a referendum in conjunction with the next election on this question of a cruise port, cruise piers, or a pier, and not be any further ahead. We could end up with a proposal for a referendum down the road, either government initiated or people initiated. No, that's not impossible, but I suspect that if it passes, depending on what gets proposed, Mr. Speaker, there will still be objections, there will still be concerns. I am only speaking truth to what is out there outside these four walls, because people have their own concerns. It's a good thing that we all don't have one view on everything. I used to say to colleagues, if you got 10 people sitting around the table, if 10 are all nodding, then 9 people are redundant. You don't need 10 people sitting around nodding. So we should all value different opinions, is the point. And usually, is it possible that might be not always? Quite possible. But usually we're the better off for it. So, Mr. Speaker, at a time when we have had the challenges of 2 years of inflation, which is now significantly more under control, we have had supply chain dislocations. We have our people who are challenged every day. I can bring him up. Mr. Speaker, my view is that I would rather avoid those kinds of things and spend the money helping people where they need the help. We have a minister who indicated earlier, the numbers of 3,000, nearly 4,000 people, and $65 million a year in stipends, that is approximately what it was during COVID. But how do you take that scenario and put it in this scenario and say, this is going to be the result? Mr. Speaker, I support industry. I support the financial services industry. I support the tourism industry. I support cruise tourism, Mr. Speaker. But we have done a lot of talking about how we support cruise tourism better and how we get more out of cruise tourism. In fact, we get more out of all tourism, but in particular cruise tourism. How do we get more out of it? How do we end up with an industry in which Caymanians have more equity, in which Caymanians benefit more? I remember, Mr. Speaker, you will know, because you were one of the people that put me there at the time. I was the chairman of the Port Authority between 2005 and 2009. Certain person won the election in 2009, sent somebody down to, when I went to say goodbye to my colleagues on the board, the next day a board meeting was scheduled, and I went to say goodbye to my colleagues on the board and to thank them for all of the work they had done. One dear young man who we all regard as a good friend and a wonderful Caymanian, incredibly talented person, he had to sprint from, I believe it was the Glass House then. He had to sprint from there down to the Port Authority. He had beads of sweat bigger than golf balls on him, sir, when he bust into that door to tell me that the new leader of government business said he didn't need my services anymore. I was like, okay, that's fine. I'm not here to conduct a meeting. I'm here to tell these people that I worked with for 4 years and confronted issues in relation to the Port Authority, including cruise tourism. Thank you. I was there to tell him thank you. Thank you for your support and your work. That poor fella, he came flying down there, and he was like, geez, I mean, he licked that sweat off of his forehead. Let me tell you. But I said that to say, Mr. Speaker, that I have been exposed to lots of these issues. I haven't been involved. I haven't been a minister for tourism. I haven't, well, my first job was in tourism. I didn't even realize that because I never thought of it as a job until I must have been 30, 35. I realized, the realization hit me that years of being a dive master and from the time I must have been, or acting as a dive master from the time I was about 12 or 13. Yeah, because I was too young to get the official certification. That's why. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to cut you out of it. Through you, sir. I was indeed too young at that time. But I was involved in the tourism industry. That was my first career. Not my career, but it was something that I enjoyed. As I said, I didn't even think it was a job. But I learned a lot from it. I learned a tremendous amount. And I learned a lot from being chairman of the Port Authority. I remember, for example, Mr. Speaker, the attitude of certain, and I'm not going to say it was because I didn't meet with the boards of the cruise lines, but there were certain people who were representing those cruise lines who didn't have a nice attitude, didn't have a conciliatory attitude, didn't have a partnership-oriented attitude towards the Cayman Islands. And I suspect the same was true of wherever they did business. It wasn't exclusive to us. Negotiating fee increases with them sort of went along the lines of, as one of them told me, Wayne, you don't understand. We don't need you. You won't need us. But there's one thing I know about business, Mr. Speaker, is that if their customers love coming to Cayman, that gives us some kind of leverage. Mightn't be the biggest leverage in the world, it mightn't be the deciding factor, but it gives us leverage. Now, one of our challenges is to make sure that our people are getting more value out of the tourism industry. If the number is 1.1 million, 1.4 million, or 1.8 million, we need to get more value out of it. That is what is going to make a difference to our people. That's what's going to make a difference to the hundreds of people in West Bay. And believe me, it ain't just West Bay. I know I have constituents that work in tourism. Savannah has constituents. I think just about every constituency has people who work in tourism, and in particular, they either work, a lot of them are crossover. You know, they're serving the stayover tourism as well as cruise tourism. Mr. Speaker, I think that is our challenge, to get more value. I remember when I was chairman of the Port Authority of the Cayman Islands, I think around that time, or maybe just before that, the state government of Alaska, or whatever the body was that dealt with or regulated cruise tourism in Alaska, maybe the minister, the deputy premier will know what that is. I can't recall. I did at one time, but I've long since forgotten. Mr. Speaker, they, at that time, did a groundbreaking announcement that they were not going to be second fiddle in the equation anymore. And they like tripled their prices. I'm not advocating that, but I'm saying we need to do more. We have some tourism products in this country that don't exist anywhere in the world. People try to replicate it. It don't work. You go to Bahamas and you see some stingray cities, which is a chain link fence going out from the beach, and the stingrays are lured in there with pieces of squid. It don't work. And poor people out there trying to chase them stingrays to give them food, and them stingrays like, who you are? It don't work. But we have this incredible natural feature. I mean, it's the most beautiful thing you will ever see. A natural accretion of sand inside our protective reef barrier, the North Sound Reef. The channel, it exists because of the channel right adjacent to it and the currents that cause the sand to build up. And of course, over years, over decades, fishermen have cleaned fish there, and that was how the story was written. But if we got something that special, why are we having situations, as the member from West Bay West said, people are undercutting each other, going from $10 to $8 or to $9 to $8. We need to do better, because that's what's going to make a difference for our people. Cruise lines, the cruise lines get too much the pre-booked tours take too much. And I think we have to value the relationship, but it doesn't mean that we have to be subsumed to it. It doesn't mean that we have to play second fiddle to it. And that is the kind of thing that will make a difference for us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we have very legitimate reasons to be concerned about the costs, the possible costs going forward of, even if we build something. Mr. Speaker, I hear all these numbers, 200 million, 400 million, 600 million to build a facility. I don't know exactly what it is because nobody right now, I know what it was back then, had a rough idea, you know, when the PPM proposed it. I don't know what it is now. We've had mega impacts of inflation, so I don't know what orders of magnitude that has changed, Mr. Speaker. But I am concerned because we in this region have countries who have invested their people's tax dollars, their people's fees in a lot of these projects, and their cruise numbers have still gone down. You know, I think the numbers, Barbados is north of 20% down. I think Jamaica is something similar in certain ports there where they have spent the money to build cruise facilities. I know, you know, people are weary of a lot of these issues because, yes, we have talked about them for decades. But in 2010, 2011, the story then was that if we didn't put in cruise piers, cruise tourism would disappear in a few years. Now here we are in 2024, and we're having 2025, I apologize, sir. Thank you for your guidance, sir. You're able to sit there very clearly and remember these things. Thank you. We are in 2025, and we could be faced with these high-cost investments with little return, significantly lower return than anticipated, or declining returns. And I don't know that there's any guarantee. I don't know what the guarantee is. I know what one guarantee is that we could make this investment and it could have a very significant financial impact on the country and on the fiscal stability of the country, fiscal stability of government, the fiscal ability of government to do things to help the people of the country. And of course, we could have traded significant environmental impact in order to get that on the basis that, you know, we thought that was balanced and, you know, it might be worth the trade-off. And then we could find out that it doesn't. It isn't and won't be a valuable trade-off. I don't think there's any definitive things. I know the Deputy Premier said that there was a projection of a 5.3% increase. Mr. Speaker, I can't recall whether it was for this year or through to next year. And then there was a projection after that there might be a 5-point-something% decline thereafter. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that we have any ability. As you said, sir, a lot of this is speculation. I don't know that we have any ability to say exactly what's going to happen. I do know we have an opportunity to do things to improve our cruise tourism product, to ensure that the people that are operating within that get better value, become holders of greater equity in it. And at the end of the day, that means they're better able to support their families, to become well-entrenched members of the middle class or more. So these are the types of things that I think we need to be aiming for, Mr. Speaker, and not just believing or buying a narrative that we must rush headlong into a long-term commitment with significant amounts of investment that may not turn out to be productive. And if we haven't worked on these other things, we're still no better off. Individually, the people are no better off. I'm not criticizing the minister, Mr. Speaker. I'm simply saying we have opportunities to gain more without risking significant amounts of investment, the very significant amounts of investment that it will take to build things like a cruise pier or cruise piers. And it is worth assessing very clearly the extent to which we can create those benefits for the people of West Bay Central and for the people of West Bay South and for the people of Prospect and for the people of Savannah and for the people of Newlands and for the people of every single constituency represented in this House, all 19 of us, sir. We owe it to them. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, that we have, maybe there are no guarantees in life, I don't know. But I know one thing. This is going to, a cruise pier is going to cost a lot. It's going to be a big investment. And we have examples around the region which suggest that we may not get the kind of returns that we would like to get. And Mr. Speaker, one of the pretty interesting things is the countries that have increases in tourism, places like Dominican Republic, their cost of living is much lower than ours. Sorry? What about Barbados? Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I apologize. These are the kinds of challenges, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we live in a time right now where there's so much uncertainty. There's so much geopolitical uncertainty. What's the atomic clock thing again now? They just set that like 1 second before 12 o'clock. The threats to the world, threats to destruction of the world is higher than it's ever been. And we have some really weird things going on from a political and economic perspective where people suddenly seem to feel, as a result of a change in administration in our largest neighbor, that somehow tariffs is the way to demonstrate might and control what they want to achieve in the world. So we have a situation where Canada has been hit, and I'm going to explain the relevance, sir. Canada has been hit with a 25% tariff on exports coming from Canada into the US. Mexico has been hit with a 25% tariff. We'll forget about the 10% in China. It's relevant to us, but I'm just going to stick with those two. How does that impact us? A lot of our construction materials and supplies come from the US, and the source for the materials to create those supplies comes from places like Mexico and Canada. 25% tariff on softwoods, sheet, lumber, plywood, all those types of things used
Honorable Member, I just want to indicate that both of those have now been paused for 30 days.
Okay.
So just so that we're not relaying, I should say, incomplete information.
No, I'm not, sorry, thank you. I've been trying to follow instructions. I've been very diligent today in trying to stay off my phone, so thank you for clarifying that. But there is still the reality that 70% of the building materials for things like drywall come from Mexico. What do you think that can do to our building costs here? Same with the lumber and stuff that comes from Canada. Whether there's a temporary 30-day pause or not, if they don't go through it, great. But where there's a threat and a trade war potential, those are the kind of impacts. I would rather us, in this country, in the Cayman Islands, have more resources available within the government to be able to help our people deal with the impacts of those cost increases, because those are going to be real and immediate, than thinking about 4 years down the road and having a high cost infrastructure project to be invested in. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that every one of us in this House want the best for our people. We may have disagreements about how we are going to achieve that. But we all want the best. We all want to see our friends, our families, our neighbors, our high school friends, primary school friends, business associates, whatever. No matter where you come from, what you are, how you connected. We want to see this little country prospering and doing well. And I'm concerned right now that without the ammo to deal with it, without the funds to make sure, I don't know whether that was an exclamation or what that was, but to make sure that we can help people with the very real issues that are being faced today. We need to make sure that this country is in a position to help our people. And I am perfectly satisfied with the approach of dealing with these two items, the marijuana decriminalization and the National Lottery. I'm perfectly satisfied for me, and I think my colleagues feel the same way. We do that without having a referendum. And I strongly believe that there are options for us to improve the benefits of cruise tourism to our people without necessarily embarking at this point on a cruise pier. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure in the last week I read that Disney Cruise Service, whatever the entity is that operates the Disney Cruise business, they announced that they're building smaller ships. Less people, more intimate. I'm not a big cruiser. I am big, and when I go on a cruise, I'm a big cruiser, just like a couple other people here. But, Mr. Speaker, I know for sure. I've been in Greece, where those same Oasis-class ships, those big mega cruise ships that they say cannot be tendered, are being tendered. And even worse, they're being tendered by their own lifeboats. So the tender operations that exist here, I think, would be far more efficient. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very wary of the narrative. I am very optimistic and seriously committed to what we need to do to improve the benefits, improve the value that we get from cruise tourism. But I don't think that we necessarily have to commit to this at this point. And I'm concerned that we won't resolve this issue, as the Leader of the Opposition said back in October. He may have changed his view now. I know he's indicated that they will support the bill. But I think those words are probably just as true today as they were then. And so those are shared perspectives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make a contribution on this issue. And I encourage us all to continue to seek ways to make opportunities for our people in this country better, in a more efficient way, and to improve the quality of life of our people. Because that's what we're elected to do. We're not elected to build monuments to ourselves. We're not elected to put our names on plaques. We're elected to deliver for our people. And I encourage us all to do that. Thank you, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member for West Bay South.
Mr. Speaker, just before I do, I remember in Business Committee we had talked about going each night from 7 to 9, and I wasn't sure whether or not there were diminishing returns and if anyone wanted to stop before I started just checking.
Minister, sorry. Honourable Member, I was presuming you were going to be very short.
I don't know if I can promise you that, sir.
All right, then I'll take the hint. Honourable Premier, can we get a motion for the adjournment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adjournment of this Honourable Parliament until 10 a.m. on Wednesday.
The question is that this Honourable House do now adjourn until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, 5th of February. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Madam Clerk, would you call a division? I can't determine. Colleagues, members, it's late for games.
Honourable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honourable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honourable Johanna Ebanks.
No.
Honourable Isaac Rakin.
Aye.
Mr. Bernie Bush.
Aye.
Honourable Doreen Seymour.
Aye.
Honourable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honourable Joseph Hugh.
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Connolly. Absent. Mr. Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honourable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Mrs. Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honourable Heather Bodden.
Aye.
Honourable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Mr. Moses Kakano.
Aye.
Mr. Roy McTaggart,
Aye.
Mr. David White,
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders,
No.
and that's 14.
The result of the division, 15 ayes, 2 noes, 1 absentee. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, 5th of February.